Welcome to Toronto Raptors 2025-2026 Media Day. We got you covered all the way through up until the players meet with the press, Darko Rajakovic. But in the meantime, we got Akil Augustine conducting a few interviews. Make sure to hit this like on your way in. Appreciate it very much. Let's get to this.
Sando, no, you can come on, but I want to say I'm gonna let you clarify the pronunciation because I feel like I'm gonna butcher it, and I feel like that's probably one of the first things we got to establish with the Raptors fan base. So I'm gonna try it, and you're gonna tell me did I butcher it or not?
Sounds good.
All right. So Sandro Mamukelashvelli. That's it.
Yeah,
One time for my guy. Okay, so how do I say what up in Georgian? You're like the most famous Georgian I know. So like,
what up?
yeah, or hello.
Yeah, hello. We don't really have what up.
No.
No.
Okay, you can make it though and like bring it back.
Yeah, I think I can, but I'll teach you hello for now.
Yeah.
Gamarjoba.
Gamarjoba.
Yes.
Gamarjoba, Toronto Raptors Nation. This is my guy Mamu. He is a Georgian, but like you were born in New York City. I'm a Brooklyn guy. What borough you repping?
No, I was born in Manhattan. So
Manhattan.
Yeah.
Where the money is, I see. Okay. All right, but like New York is known to be a very international city. But Toronto is known as the most diverse city. So how similar are the two? Being a guy that's a little bit up. You spent Seton Hall, New York.
Yeah, for sure. They are very similar.
Yeah.
I'd say multicultural. So much going on.
Which is better?
Yeah, it is.
Which one's better?
Oh, I would say
Toronto.
definitely
Okay,
Toronto.
good answer.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think Toronto's better. Yeah. It's cleaner.
For sure.
People are nicer.
For sure.
Nice views.
Yeah. Oh, also, like, so in your bloodline, you guys, your family, there's a famous pianist in your bloodline.
Yeah, there is.
So I'm your
my
aunt.
Your aunt.
So like, can you hit the keys?
She tried when I was young, but no, I wanted to play basketball.
Okay,
I didn't
so you
have
hit the mesh,
patience.
not the keys.
Yep.
All right, now you are a new Raptor, but not new to some of the Raptors. RJ Barrett, you went to Montverde, which is like a famous high school program, one of the best in the world. Tons of guys, Cade, Cunningham, guys like that. But you were teammates with RJ.
Scottie Barnes.
How much has he changed since high school? Is he like the same guy, or he's a lot richer?
No, he is. I saw his Rolls Royce Spark, so he definitely didn't have that in high school, but he definitely didn't change much. Still a goofy, very positive guy. Still likes to drive. A left-handed drive, bumps you,
killer.
Tries to get an and one.
Oh, damn.
But I think he passes more now, so I'm excited about that.
Saw that last year.
Yep. So
creator, creator that title.
That's how he's improving. But amazing guy again. I was really happy to play with him again. Keep the connection going. I think it was great at Montverde. We kind of got to know each other, played for a year together, and I'm very, very happy to be here.
All right, I know you got a lot of responsibilities today, so I won't keep you too long. But for those that don't know, Sandro, what is one thing we need to know about you? Like, what's the thing we're gonna fall in love with? I can already tell, like, you're a tough guy. I know that's the vibe.
I play hard. I play very hard. I play to win. I want to win. And I try to be as good of a person as I can be off the court. Make sure I engage the fans and make sure I love the city as it's my own. And I want to say thank you to everybody for welcoming with the warm heart. And just wanted to clarify one thing.
Yeah.
I wore a Yankee hat yesterday.
Okay.
During the soccer game.
Yes. Tell us more.
I just want to say. It was just a hat.
It was just. We're in the middle of the American League.
I don't want people to get this the wrong way. I was just trying to put a fit on, and they just came with it. So I'm about to buy a hella Blue Jays.
I was about to say, like, the next
Good morning.
Yeah, good.
Don't let happen to you what happened to Goran Dragic, yo. This city will bury you for the most innocuous bullshit. Okay, let's get to Darko Rajakovic.
Good morning to you too. First and foremost, how was your summer, Coach?
Summer was very busy. We had a lot of work to get done this summer. My coaching staff did an outstanding job of working on a lot of projects. Players were logged in during the whole year. During the whole off season, we worked really hard. So there is a lot of excitement coming from our gym, and we can't wait to get going.
Yo, he ain't lying. the players really were locked in all summer. I mean, it's so rare. I've mentioned this before, how rare it is for players to give their summer up. But that's kind of the perks of having such a young team is they do buy into this. Also, the perks of getting a lot of like non-lottery, prima donna type of personalities is like you let them know here's a gym to get better. They show up. So it's great.
So Calgary started training camp.
Okay, now I know you're a very focused guy. Every time I talk to you, you're focused on task. But did you get a chance to like relax? Did you get to like take a little vacation, take a break, see some of Southern Ontario?
You went to Serbia.
I did. It was really good at the end of the August. I was able to spend 2 weeks with my family back home in Serbia.
Okay.
Connected family, charge batteries, and now we're ready to go.
Chuck, baby.
Wow, because in this modern age, obviously, we know everything the players are doing with social media, but we didn't get a chance to find out for you. So I know you focus on basketball all year round, but what was your favorite thing that you don't get to do during the season that you kind of got to spend a little bit of time on during the summer?
Definitely, it's time that I spend with my family,
Yeah.
Being around my wife and my son, and seeing my parents and whole family in Serbia. That's always very rewarding because my whole family they live back in Serbia, so I don't see them enough, and that was the highlight of the summer for sure.
Okay, so now you're kind of getting a reputation for your Darko-isms, like this win the day and the kind of like mantras that you set. What's the one? Is there a new one for this training camp? Like, what's the theme? What are you going with?
We're going with win for all.
Win for all. Break that down.
It's going to be very important to win every single day and,
Pound the rock,
and
baby.
to stake those days and to work together. But we want to win for each other. We want to win for the city. We want to win for the Canada. So we really want to be very competitive this year and to win for all.
All right. Well, you're doing it for us. Thank you so much, Coach. It's a busy day, so we'll let you get about your business.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Go
Lots
Raptors.
more to come. Coach is out. He's got lots of stations to hit. That was the crowning achievement. On the look, you can look at the options. Okay.
First celebrity crush.
First word that you have to inject into your press conference as your get out of jail free.
I like that. Okay.
Okay. All right. Shout out to producer Gab. Let's go. Pick your question. Mr. Barrett. Here it goes. What we got?
First celebrity crush.
First celebrity crush. Mine was Jessica Alba. Let's hear it.
Zendaya.
Easy. Okay, that was too easy.
What?
Can I just give you a word just for fun? Can I just give you a word just for fun to sneak into the press conference?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
First?
So you can look at the options. Okay, on the low. I'm not gonna let you guys see the options. These are the
Damn,
options.
I'm old.
But no, we're saving that one for Gradey. So let's hold that one down.
All right.
So what are we going with?
I'll go Mandem.
Mandem. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, when RJ hits the presser, right, when he's getting questioned, at some point he's gonna sneak in a Mandem for us.
For sure.
Biggest thing you did this summer, though. What was your takeaway from this summer?
That's not even that difficult.
You're gonna remember the photo you're gonna put up on your wall from summer 25. The braid up? Was it the braid up? Was there an epic braid up?
You know what? That might be it.
The transition from the mini fro, that was the crowning achievement.
I just decided to one day. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get some braids, just let my hair grow.
Now under that energy, are locks next?
Nah,
I know your roots. I know your roots.
Yeah, I'm in a braid phase right now, so I'm gonna see how it treats me right now.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the reactions from the internet are positive.
Yeah, I'm enjoying that.
The
right
feedback
now,
is positive. Yeah. All right, respect. Now quickly, we had Sandro up on here, teammate of yours from Revered days. Mamu. First and foremost, what do we need to know about this guy? One of the newest Raptors.
You can shoot.
What do we need to know about Mamu?
He said, I asked him, what's the biggest difference between you now and you in Revered? And he said, that Bentley. He said the Bentley. What's the biggest difference now between him in Revered and him now?
He has a lot of tattoos and a big old beard.
The beard wasn't there?
He was completely. We were at Revered. We had to shave.
So Raptors social team. Let's do a side-by-side of bareface Mamu and beard Mamu.
And there's pictures of me and Mamu together in high school. So
okay,
we'll find some of those.
You also heard about this Mamu controversy?
Well, no, what happened?
So apparently,
oh man, that's
Ochai,
bullshit.
Abaji. What up, man? Oh, you lotioned up, boy. It's photo time. My guy's lotioned up. You got the cocoa butter on.
Can't be ashy.
No, never that. This is the wrong day to be ashy.
Exactly.
All right, so let's get into it. Obviously, the offseason behind us, but like I'm asking you guys, like, what was the highlight of summer 25? Like, were you at Banner?
No, I didn't go to. They had us out in Spain. We went to Spain for a team trip.
Okay.
That was a lot of fun. We did a lot of things with the team this summer.
Young
But yeah,
Oach.
it was a lot of.
So Spain was the highlight.
Spain was the highlight. I'd say.
All right,
I'd say
all right,
it was cool.
Okay, I need you to grab that whiteboard.
Okay.
Okay, is there a pen there? All right, so I'm gonna throw some questions at you because you've been here a minute. Like
Yeah.
you're not, like, are you now like a Toronto man? Like, would you consider yourself a Toronto man?
Like 75%.
70. Okay, so this is a Toronto man piece of trivia right now.
Yeah, let's get to it. Come on.
All right. Which subway line takes you directly to Scotiabank Arena? A, line 1, Young University. B, line 2, Bloor Danforth. Or C, line 4, Shepherd. I'll throw you a bone. It ain't C.
A.
A or B? Young University or Bloor Danforth?
B.
Okay. No, hide it. We can check it
Okay.
afterwards. Or show it. Now that you've ruined it. No, you ruined it. You got to show it now.
No.
All right.
Keep going.
What is Toronto's area code? 3 numbers.
416.
All right, I got it.
Okay. All right. And what is our hockey team called?
Oh,
Maple Leafs.
Yeah, throwing a layup every once in a while. This one might be like a contested 3. Okay, you ready for the contested 3?
Yeah.
Name Toronto's main airport.
Pearson.
What? No? Well, I mean, you guys
Main
travel.
airport?
Yeah, the main one. Not like the side one by the city. And not like the Teterboro private jet one either. Like I'm talking the real
Okay.
like where I go. Okay. What's the nickname of the square outside of the arena where I host all of the Raptors playoff game?
Is it Maple Leaf Square?
Okay, I got it.
You got that one? All right. And lastly, who was the first Raptor to ever make an NBA All-Star team?
Vince Carter.
Who?
The first. You want me to throw out the options? I'll give you the options. Like it could be Damon Stoudemire, could be
Nope.
Chris Bosh, it could be Vince
Nope.
Carter, it could be Antonio Davis. Like of those 4, those are the 4 that are on the table. So multiple choice.
Vince Carter made it
Who's
99,
All
2000.
right, let me see. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this man thinks Toronto's area code is 647. You can tell he's new. That's the backup. That's for like the suburbs. That's like when you got a new phone.
What is it?
416, baby.
Oh,
416, baby. The
Okay,
six.
okay.
The six.
Okay.
All right, Maple Leafs, correct. Pearson. Wow, that's also
Pearson.
correct. Jurassic Park. I personally appreciate that because that's me.
Right?
That's me. I host Jurassic Park. So
Okay.
And then Vince, you know what? That is a good answer. Like you would think that would be it.
I actually don't know.
Antonio Davis.
Really?
Yeah, similar arm.
Why are you lying to this man? No, it's not. Vince Carter made it in 99, 2000. The next year, he and Davis made it together, if I'm not mistaken, as starters in 2000. So 99, 2000, and Davis and Carter both made it in 2000, 2001. Why are you lying?
Structure.
Okay. I did not know that. I did not know that.
All right, man. You got a lot to do today, so we're gonna get
Not
you
going
out
to
of here. Respect my
message
guys. Thank you for
Ochai
showing that.
Baji and let him know
All right.
not to say
Still
this.
more to come. We are here, YouTube.
Bro, what? They better offer a retraction on that bullshit. How are you going to disrespect Vince like that, man? He was absolutely the city's first all-star. Some next level buffoonery going on right now. There we go. We are here. Darko Rajakovic presser coming up right here.
Hey, remember to raise your hand so I can get that mic to you. So questions for Coach, please. Michael Grange in the front here.
Very prompt.
Hey, Darko. Start of a new season is always exciting, but is there anything about this season, your 3rd year, that you're looking forward to more than you would any other year?
Well, if you look in my 2 years here with the team, first year was all over the place, looking for direction, then deciding and starting to go into rebuild. That was quite a bit to deal with all of that, obviously. We were having a change in the ownership, change in the leadership, a lot of changes everywhere. What I'm really looking forward is consistency and continuity. I'm really excited about the group that we have this season. It's going to be really exciting to see how those guys develop and gel together and where we can go as a team. But all the signs that I'm getting from the players and being around them during the summer, very, very positive feedback I'm getting from everybody.
Thanks. We'll go to Josh Lewinberg, down to your left, Coach, and then to Doug Smith after.
Hey, Darko.
Hey.
Good to see you. I would imagine you guys are going to continue to prioritize growth and development at a high level, but with expectations going up this year, adding Brandon, trying to take the next step as a team, how does your job change as a coach, or does it?
Well, it does not change at all because my focus is on winning and developing at the same time. I'm really blessed and grateful to have a group of guys like we have in this organization now. They're just hungry. Guys are really excited to be around each other. They're hungry to go out there and compete. We're setting the high standards possible for us to operate every single day. So day to day, nothing is going to change in my approach. I'm going to try to build my players. I'm going to try to build our team. I'm going to try to build our community, and all of us together, we can make a difference and have a great season.
So Doug and then Samson.
Darko, how are you, sir?
Doing great, Doug. Is it espresso, Doug?
No, not yet. No.
Not yet. I got you covered.
Thank you. I appreciate that. When you look at the skill sets of your players, RJ, Scottie, Brandon particularly, do you see some duplication there? How can you work around their individual skills to make them into one cohesive group?
Great question, Doug. I've been thinking about that a lot. Intentionally during whole month of September, when our guys were in open gym, we were putting our projected starting five to play together as much as possible, to start, exposing those things for them to get to know each other and their strengths. And I've been really impressed with the ability of those guys, kind of like to understand who is hot at the moment and who to force feed. Everything goes back to the standard of play that we want to have. And for us, everything starts on defensive end. We want to dominate on defensive end. We want to be disruptive on defensive end. We want to be able to create a lot of steals and a lot of opportunities for us to run in transition. And when we do that, then it's going to be much easier for us to score.
There goes your volume. Now it's up.
It's going to be much easier to get in offense. And then for players, they just need to embrace all the skill set that their teammates have. And we have quite a bit of talent on this team. And I think those guys accepting that is the first step for us.
Hey, Darko, just over here, Samson. Hope you enjoyed your summer. First of all, when you inherited this team, you had three really big forwards, OG, Pascal, and Scottie. And obviously that team didn't stay together, but with Colin, with Scottie, and with Brandon, have you learned anything from the past? And how are you excited to implement three, big forwards going forward this season?
Yeah.
So the comparison that Samson made was between Pascal, OG, Scottie, to now Brandon, Scottie, and CMB. Interesting question.
Yes, for sure. I think one thing that's going to really help us this year is going to be having Sandro on the team. He's going to.
I'm really glad he said that, because it gets you right into the right idea that he's already thinking about that lineup. Personally, I think Sandro Mamukelashvelli absolutely unlocks the ability to both play Scottie Barnes and CMB at the 3-4, because as a 3-4, those two players can absolutely aggregate like defensive paint lockdown. And on offense, I think Sandro can clearly open up some space for both those guys. And they're very interesting players. Scottie had a lot of positive synergy with OG. I think he's going to have a lot of positive synergy with CMB. If CMB can even be like a halfway decent shooter. But again, if Scottie's a decent shooter and Mamu's already a decent shooter, CMB can effectively be Scottie in that lineup, right?
Be playing backup five for us, but also he's a player who can stretch the floor. So it's really going to allow us, especially with the second unit, to go to different schemes, to look for different guys in pick and rolls and DHOs, to use him spacing the floor, to use him to pick and pop. So I think that's going to be a big difference for us this year, having that type of player that can really help us to connect that group.
So we'll go Eric, Ryan, and then Ez.
Hey, Darko. Happy New Year. We talked when the trade for Brandon happened a lot about how he might fit into the player movement and the ball movement that you guys have been preaching since you got here. At the same time, he is, one of the premier one-on-one shot makers in the league when he's going well. How do you see that skill meshing with the way that you've played in the past?
Well, first of all, I want Brandon to be himself, to feel comfortable in his own skill. He's 27 years old, and he's now entering his prime. I also expect him to take his game to another level. game is changing. Game is becoming more open court and more running and more transition, and he will have to grow in that aspect as well. Obviously, he's a lead scorer.
I just want to clarify for the record, Brandon Ingram is 28 years old.
We're going to put him in situations where he can not just score, but play make. I think that's one area of his game that's a lot of times it's been overlooked, is his willingness to pass the ball and to make the right play. And with his size and his scoring ability, he's going to be attracting a lot of attention to him. And I believe that he's going to be really good of finding his teammates and making the right play. So we need to play to standard of a team, how we want to share the ball, how we want to play, how we want to be efficient, and to get very efficient shots for us on the floor. So I think he's going to fit in really well with our team.
Thanks. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, Darko. I have a question about like the rotation. Bobby was talking the other day about how the league is kind of going to like deeper teams, that sort of thing. Do you see things changing? Like you could play a deeper rotation? Do you have like a set number of guys you think every night you might want to get in?
Well, I believe that this year we do have a deeper roster, and we have more guys that can contribute night in and night out. And that's a dream for every coach. You know, it's not going to be easy to make those decisions night in and night out, but that's the problem I'm looking forward to have, to decide who are the guys going to be out there, who's going to be competing. And that's going to, I think it's going to really help competition inside the team, that guys got to stay constantly on and constantly like pushing each other to play better. And I think it's really going to help us. I like to play 10 guys and even 11 guys in rotation. Everybody, they need to be ready at any point of time. As I said, we have a deep roster, and I think all of those guys at some point of a season, they're going to be huge for us to help the team.
Yeah, so basically everyone but Garrett Temple is going to be rotation eligible. And if you're someone like Elijah Martin, you know, Ulrich Shamshi, you're so far removed from rotation spot right now, it might be a little bit deflating because you don't really have a pathway to minutes. But then you also got to stay ready because, boom, Jamal Shed goes out. You don't have a backup point guard. Sandro goes out. You don't have. It's really, I would say, honestly, it's AJ Lawson, David Roddy, Jonathan Mobo. These guys are at the cramped positions, right?
As will Joseph.
Hey, Darko.
Hey.
Welcome back. You just mentioned earlier that defense is going to be the calling card for this team, and that's where it starts. But when you're looking at the depth of this rotation and what you expect from them, how much does the defensive side of the ball dictate how deep you're willing to go and certain players and combinations you're willing to choose?
I think he just answered that, didn't he?
And when we talk about defense, I really believe that standard for us, everything starts with Scottie Barnes. He's one of the most elite defensive players in this league. He's
and also the future face of the league. Don't forget that.
One of the guys that plays for the team and trying to win every single possession. So our identity starts with him. And then we have a lot of guys that are very willing defensive players, and we're keeping the standard so high that everybody else is rising to the task. So to be honest with you, I don't see a weak link for us defensively this year. And I'm not going to look at any player on this team and to give him a free pass because defense is not the level that we expect. So I'm going to keep everybody accountable to the high standards on defensive end.
Coach, you had your players together a lot over the summer, you know, working in Spain, working in LA, working earlier here in Toronto. Who were some of the players that really impressed you in that sort of summer period where you saw like a tangible year-over-year improvement?
Yes, our guys, they spend quite a bit of time with each other during the summer. That shows their commitment to each other. That shows the commitment to this franchise. It's interesting thing. I'm going to start with September. I'm going to start with the end, open gym, and talking to Garrett Temple. I asked him, how are the guys doing? How's everybody doing? He says, Coach, this is unbelievable. Every team, like if guys come in town, they're just looking for a weekend to get out. Over here, everybody's staying in Toronto, so that tells a lot how much they feel comfortable over here, how much they love the city. And I really talk to all the players that they need to get to know this city, to understand how big it is to wear the jersey of Toronto Raptors. I'll go back to your question. We did spend quite a bit of time around each other this summer. I'm really impressed how hard our guys work, how they competed on a really, really high level. Anytime they were in open gym and playing, and their commitment. Jamal said he hosted teammates, 11, 12 guys in Austin. We had players working out together in Miami. Quickley and Scottie and RJ organized there. We had Brandon Ingram inviting young guys to Newport Beach to work out with him. That shows just how much those guys want to do well for themselves and for this team.
Honestly, the offseason was very good for the Raptors. And again, it's like last season was over probably by like November, December. So it was like you've basically been in an offseason for an entire year. And I think that that's going to show, man. I think that's going to show. I don't think that, Vegas initially had 37.5. Now they got 39.5. I don't think that's even remotely close to what this team can do this year. I think they're going to do much better.
And I cannot point out one player because I'm seeing the growth in every single person on this roster. So that's what really excites me. What I'm seeing day in and day out, it's what really excites me about this upcoming season.
So we're going to go Joseph, John, Chelsea.
Hey, Darko. Over here. Last year, Gradey had somewhat of an up and down sophomore season where he had a really fascinating start and then it kind of tailed off a bit, or his numbers suffered as the season went on. Have you seen anything from him this offseason or the work he's put into his body that makes you think he's at a point now where he's ready to sustain, not necessarily the heater he was on early last season, but some level of consistency over an 82-game season?
He's stronger.
Year two in NBA is always for guys. It's a tricky one. You play year one, especially if you get minutes and you play and you start thinking like, oh, I kind of like figured this out. And then year two comes and you.
I mean, in fairness, Gradey also had a pretty nightmare rookie season. So, just so like, we're not talking about rookie of the year, first team all rookie, and then he had a slump. He basically was really good in 2024. However you want to slice it. To end his first season, to begin his second season, he was awesome. He's had a pretty awful 2025 and a pretty terrible 2023. So take that with a grain of salt. I don't know what it all means, but from what I've heard, he lost a lot of weight during the year. It was really difficult for him to keep the weight that he took on. I think the shooting has been a little bit wonky, maybe a little bit oversold. However, still a very, very talented player. And you do have to acknowledge that, for the first part of last year, he was looking like a breakout candidate. He was leading his entire draft class in scoring. And what he does, frankly, is very misunderstood and very valuable. You cannot break it down to just, 7 points, 8 points. No, what he does is extremely valuable on the basketball court. And, if there's a break between some of these, we'll talk a little bit about Schopenhauer and knowledge, because I was thinking about it a lot after my live last night. Like, why is it that people are not willing to dig deeper into basketball and just so content just screaming into a microphone, just total nonsense, ignorance, stupidity? And it really comes down to, what is your bar for knowledge? So we drop some bars later.
See all the ups and downs. I think that the last season was unbelievable for Gradey to learn from those really high points of the year, and also to understand what he needs to do day in and day out when things are not going his way, and how he can affect the game with defensive stop or right rotation on the defensive end, or grabbing a rebound, or getting a steal, or just making a right decision with the right pass. So he started off season being injured, and it took some time for him to completely be cleared and get back to work. I'm impressed how much he worked on his body. He added the strength. I know him from year one when he was rookie right here, and he looked like a baby on a court. He's now.
Okay, the direct quote from Darko about Gradey as a rookie was, he has the body of a 16-year-old girl. We are now infantilizing the man even further by calling him a baby on the court. Yo, funny as hell, but he ain't lying. Gradey was weak as fuck. And yeah,
he has completely different outlook out there on the court. Much stronger, much more explosive. He knows what he's doing, and this year is going to be an unbelievable year for him to really focus on efficiency, how to be more efficient, how to find his spots on the court, and he did an outstanding job. He's in really good spot heading into the year.
Okay, I'm officially sold.
Chelsea, then Vivek.
Good to see you again. Welcome
Good to
back.
see you too.
I know that you like to focus on process, but what are your expectations for the season, or do you have expectations?
I'll guarantee you he sidesteps this so fast. Euro step.
My expectations are for our team to improve 1%, to be better every single day, every single week. My expectation from this team is to be better with every month. You know, some of the best basketball.
There's obviously an internal mandate that no one is going to come out and say, we got to make the playoffs. We got to do this and that. Because if this RJ Barrett, Brandon Ingram thing doesn't work, if someone gets injured, they're going to pivot right to the tank. And then you're not going to be able to hold them accountable and say, but you said you're going to make the playoffs. And hella season to tank. AJ Dabansa, Darren Peterson, Cam Boozer. There's a big incentive to tank this year. But the first order of operation is to see if this thing works. And I think it will. And then, obviously, if people are healthy and things are gelling, there is a big trade that this team has got to make at some point, right? I don't think they're walking into the season thinking we're going to tank, okay? But, you know, it's better to be the team that was expected to, you know, win 36 games, that surprises everyone and makes it to the playoffs, as opposed to being the team that's supposed to win 47 games and then ends up winning 42, right? In both situations, you pretty much win 42 games, but in one case, you're a disappointment. In another case, it's We the North Part 2, right? So
basketball we played last season was towards the end of the season. That is my expectation from this group, to work really hard, to stay together through ups and downs, and to be really focused on winning every single day and winning every possession. You know, we entering this season, and big slogan for me is going to be win for all. You know, not just to win games, but to win for the community, to win for this country, to win for each other, to win for men next to you. I think it's going to be very important for us to continue having that unity that I think is blueprint for this team, and that we got to continue building on that.
Probably a good time to remind you he's going to be on a hot seat really soon.
Expect us to be competitive in 82 games and to go out there to try to win every single game. I have high ambitions. I'm not lacking that at all. I'm not shying away from that. So I'm ready for the task. I'm ready to go out there and compete.
So Chelsea, then Vivek, then Lindsay.
Hey, Coach. Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
I'm curious. Sorry, this is loud. I'm curious how you approach the off season from a personal level and just kind of navigate not only just resetting for the next season, but also what you do on a personal level to challenge yourself to do better for the next season. Obviously, now we're a few seasons in. We know that you're, you know, a very you hold yourself to a high standard, of course. And so I'm curious what the things that you do in the off season that you don't necessarily have time to do in the season to kind of level up and goal set maybe for the next season.
For sure. This off season, I had 2 summers to learn on and to improve and to see what's working, what's not working for me. This summer, myself and the coaching staff, we were able to be really organized and to the point to do a lot of projects early in the summer. So we did not feel any crunch going into our coaches retreat in August. And it was just like fine tuning during the August and preparing for the season. So it really helped me that last 2 weeks of August, I was able to spend time with my family and to be in Serbia. And that's always when I'm around my family, that's how I charge my batteries and how I get ready for the season. So that was really, really exciting. And about that time as well, I got confirmation that Bobby Webster is going to be our new head of basketball operations, which really put me in the right place, knowing that we're on the right track and the team is going to be in the right hands.
So we're going Vivek, Lindsay, and then Eric Smith.
Hey, Darko, over here.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but yeah, it helps when the guy who gave you the job ends up keeping his job. That matters.
Just looking at the defensive numbers in the second half of the season, they were really great and really encouraging signs. You did also play a lot of sub-500 teams, and maybe the rotation then didn't look like what it will look like.
It's just such casual takes, man.
Now, what did you see on the court beyond the numbers that makes you believe that this team can be great defensively?
One of the main goals heading into this summer is to get in elite shape, and talking to players individually as a group, we set up a really good plan for guys to achieve that. In this type of modern basketball, everybody's looking for two-way players. Everybody wants guys that can play on both ends of.
Writing on the wall, the Raptors are going to be really, really tough pressure defense that plays very deep into their rotation. 11 guys every night. And I think they're going to run more than you have seen in a really long time in Raptorland. That is something I've heard that from everybody around this team. They are going to run. They're going to grab it and go. They're going to push early in transition. It's probably a good thing. It's like to their strengths to do it.
And only way you can do that if you're in elite shape. So that was goal number one for us to improve in that. We did a lot of projects trying to see how we can improve our hand activity, how we can be more aggressive on the ball. Like everything that we're trying to do is we're just trying to speed up teams, and we're really trying to make teams uncomfortable as it's possible. So we did some exciting projects and some adjustments in the individual training that I'm looking forward to implement now in a training camp as well. So I'm hopeful that it's going to really help us and our defense to take another level.
Thanks. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Hey, Darko, over here, front row. Nice to see you. When it comes to expectations, and we look at your rookie, specifically Colin, seeing him throughout the summer, how do you think he can have a role on this team, and what areas would you like to see him improve on already?
Well, Colin is a high-level competitor. Colin is somebody who has unbelievable defensive instincts, from positioning, from using his hands, being disruptive. And he is as strong as it gets. For a young player, I did not see such a young player to be so strong. He's not shying away from any contact. He likes to sneak in his nose and to go for every rebound. But also he is a very good passer.
No gas. He's like 6'7" Shaq, bro. Like Colin Murray-Boyle's moving dudes out of the way in the SEC. Guys who are 2, 3 years, 4 years older than him. He just has such a strong low center of gravity. This type of player typically either fails spectacularly or does exceptionally well, and there's no in between.
He's a very good playmaker, and somebody that I definitely believe that he can help our team, and I'm really excited to see this growth as the season goes on.
So Eric Smith, who's at the back, and to your left, Coach.
Coach, you just touched on this a little bit, I guess, when you mentioned the slogan, the win for all. But when you said earlier about how you felt it was important for your guys to understand what it means to wear this jersey and to represent the city and country, why is that important to you, and what does it mean to you?
Well, I do believe that Toronto is a special city for so many reasons. They're the only team outside of USA playing in NBA. This city and this community loves game of basketball. A couple of nights ago, I was able to go and support a mission in Scarborough, and I had to choose to sit down and be with some kids that are in underprivileged situation, and it is amazing how this new generation of people in Toronto, how much they love game of basketball. Canada basketball is doing a great job. The basketball is on the rise in this country. I am the leader of this organization, and I feel that that I need to have contribution to the community here, to the city of Toronto, to all the people that are involved in basketball. I feel very comfortable in this city. My son is already identifying himself half Serbian, half Canadian, so it is a special place for me, and I want to make sure that our players have the same feeling when they come over here and play and represent Toronto Raptors.
I'm going to stay at the back, and then we're going to come up to Eric.
Hey, talk over here.
Yep.
Obviously, like you mentioned, CMB is already a great, versatile defender that fits with your basketball philosophy. Going into this season, do you see him fitting more with the second unit or some of the starting players?
Well, that's why we have training camp, right?
I think the answer is both, clearly.
Training camp is going to give us a lot of answers. They're going to be trying different stuff as the preseason goes. We just want to put all of the guys in a situation to be successful. but I also want all the players to earn their minutes and their role on a team. I think that's fair and honest towards all the players on this team. I'm not giving anything to anybody. All of the players, they need to earn it, and everybody's on the track to do that. All the signs that I'm seeing during the summer, everybody's just 100% locked in and working really hard.
So we'll go to John in the front and then to Gilbert.
What's it say about Jamal Shed that he's not even in the second year of his NBA career and he's taking on sort of a leadership role and inviting people down to Austin?
Jamal been like that though. Like he's been a leader since day one. He was a leader the day he walked onto Houston campus. He's a leader in summer league. He's just a leader. I don't know what to tell you. If you're around Jamal Shed, he's a leader.
To train together.
Well, Jamal Shed is a great singer. He's the one leading happy birthday songs always and always brings a different interpretation. He's outspoken. He is a great leader because he leads by example. And also he's not afraid to share what he sees with his teammates. And everything that he does, it comes from a place of love and care. So all the players on the team, they recognize that. And he's been a great voice for us. Bringing guys to Austin down there to work out and bring them to his home and meet with his family. All of that was just outstanding from a young player to do something like that.
Some real Kyle Lowry shit.
Gilbert, who's just your last one.
Good to see you, Coach. Sandro was having quite a time in Europe playing for Georgia over the summer. I wonder how you intend to use him and Yak, maybe Chomche as well, to improve that center position.
I like the question.
Signing Sandro was very important for us this offseason because we see in him somebody who shares the values of our organization, and we see in him somebody who can really compete on a higher level. I believe that he's going to get the right opportunity, the right chance that kind of like was not consistent with him in his first couple of years in NBA. And I believe that he's ready to make that next jump. Just watching him playing Eurobasket, I think he did a really good job. He played out of his natural position. He played more position 3. But that's the great thing about Sandro. He can play any position 3 to 5, but also can bring the ball up the floor. I think he's going to give us a lot. And he's really excited to be here in Toronto. And I'm sure talking to him, you guys will get a chance to sense that as well.
Thanks very much, Coach. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Bro, Vision 6'9" is alive officially. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Let's go, Scott Wayne Barnes.
Team heading into this team. Hey, Scotty, welcome back. Where do you see this team heading into you're now almost a
Happy
vet,
Scotty,
so where
bro.
do you see this team compared to other teams you've been part of since you've been with the Raptors?
We're going to be great.
I would definitely say we have a very talented roster. We have about 13, 14 guys that can step on the floor every single night and make an impact on this team. So we have a very talented roster. Other rosters, we're top 5 heavy, but we have a complete roster right now.
So to Josh and then to John.
Hey, Scotty, welcome back. Darko was just in here and he mentioned that the team kind of made a concerted effort to make sure that the projected starting lineup was working out together and playing together over the last few months. In spending that extra time with Brandon over the offseason, what have you learned about him? And now that you've kind of seen it play out a little bit on the court, how do you see that kind of working out, fitting in together?
I think as we can see and being around him, he's more of a laid back guy. But, he still has a lot of character to him. But on the floor, he's super skilled. He can make any tough shot that's possible. And he's being more of a willing passer where he's able to drive to the rim or drive to his spots and be able to create for others. Doing those kick-out passes, he's been pushing the ball, running in transition. So being around him, just being able to see how talented he is, he's phenomenal. He can do so many different things on the floor. And his game is just he's going to help us a lot this year. He's going to demand so much attention.
So John and then Samson.
Hey, Scottie, welcome back. Just to follow on Josh's question about Brandon and the starting five practicing together in September, has there been a moment where you were all in the court and you're like, yeah, this is working, like we've got the chemistry, we've got the flow? And if so, what was that moment like for you?
Leading question.
Of course, we still got a lot of things to continue to work on and continue to grow. But out there, we're moving, we're playing great defense, we're rotating. On the defensive end, we're very active on the ball. Offensive end, we're playing much faster, pushing the pace. It's going to be able to allow everybody to be able to get the ball and be able to, because we have a lot of guys that can score on our team as well, and that's starting five. So being able to play faster, kick aheads, being able to have people create their own driving lanes while the floor is spaced out, it just helps in so many ways. You got to be able to have those driving lanes so we can be able to create, because we all can be able to get to the basket, be able to have shooters everywhere. It just opens up our offense.
So Samson, then Doug, then Joseph.
Hey, Scottie, just over here. So you've been asked to do a lot of different stuff during your career, and you've developed into a very unique player in the NBA. From when you entered the league to now, are you a much different player than what you thought you would be when you were first drafted?
That's a really great question.
For sure. I think coming out of college, I was more on the defensive side. I was great defensively. I brought intensity. I was good at getting to the basket, playing physical. But I think my game just grown so much. I think my ball handling has got way better. Being able to drive to the basket, be able to finish there, doing different moves, being able to get to the mid-range. I don't think before college I was really pulling up in the mid-range, shooting, turnaround fade.
I think he kind of missed the context and the spirit of the question, which was more coming out. Did you see yourself becoming this type of player? And he's more like comparing himself to the player he was, which isn't exactly the same thing, but that's.
So, and of course, my three ball, I wasn't really shooting a lot of threes before in high school and in college. So just being able to grow my game in that area as well. So my game has grown tremendously, and I'm just going to continue to get better each and every single year. That's part of the process, what we do this for. So, my game has changed a lot, and, I just love it.
So go Doug, Joseph, then Will.
Scottie, welcome back. Going into your third season now with Darko, you talked about your own growth as a player and as a person. How have you seen him?
Same guy who wrote the fucking article, Scottie Barnes has work ethic issues in year 2. Never forget, Dwight Howard is a thug. Same guy, still has a fucking media pass. Make it make sense.
Change in any way, or how has his coaching changed in your 3 years?
I wouldn't say it kind of like changed so much. Me and Darko, we're just continually develop a connection each and every single day, keeping me informed, keeping me notice on what's happening, how he think I can impact the offense, how he thinks our team is going to develop in those type of ways. So I wouldn't say his coaching, changed too much, but I would say, the way our relationship has grown from then, and the way he coaches our team, he motivates us, he pushes us, he has great play calls. So in that aspect, I think he does a great job.
So Joseph, Will, and then Scott.
Hey, Scottie, your defensive impact last season really took a big leap. And I was wondering what clicked for you on the defensive end last year? Like, was it a scheme change? Was it a decision on your part? Was it just being in the league a few years and kind of understanding things better?
I don't know if he's going to say it, but I'll say it. He trusted his length a lot more last year. He was able to stop pressing up on guys and just remember, wait, I have a 7'4" wingspan. I can contest this guard 4 feet away. And having that sort of humility that, yeah, I might have been able to press up on guys at the collegiate level and not get totally blown by. If you do the same thing to De'Aaron Fox, he's going to beat you every time. So I think he trusted his length a lot more. I'm curious to see what he has to say about it, though.
I think with our defensive philosophy, I think we're trying to be more on the aggressive side. We're trying to be more active. We're trying to get more steals. Put me in those positions where I'm able to get those blocks, be able to guard those top guys. I think I've always been great defensively. I'm gonna continue to show that. I feel like I'm one of the best two-way players in this league, and that comes with winning as well. So it can get noticed more. But on that side of the ball, I think I've always been great. But we're just gonna continue to grow on that side, get more steals, try to get more blocks, and continue to get stops on whoever steps out there on the floor.
Hey, Scottie. You were there in summer league. You saw how hard the young guys were competing, and we saw you standing up on the sideline clapping all the time because we know how much you enjoy defense. Do you feel like the starting lineup can replicate that level of intensity that we saw from the young guys in terms of getting after it?
For sure. They set the standard out there in the summer league. What the baseline for our defense is going to show. We got to be more active. We got to be causing havoc out there on the floor each and every single night. That's going to give us our best chance of winning. We have a very talented roster, but that doesn't go to anything if you don't go out there and work hard and you think anything is given to you. So we're going to go out there and compete every single night. We're trying to be the hardest playing team when we step out there on the floor, and we're going to show that it's going to be a tough night for anyone who steps out there on the floor with us.
Talk that shit, Scottie Barnes. Okay, I want to say this. How you define yourself in this preseason, where you tell me your focus is, tells me a lot about your mindset heading into the season. And ultimately, if you're the team leader, I think you have a disproportionate amount of impact on how your team plays. So if that's your stress test, if that's your focus, defense, we're going to make nights hard, well, then I'm getting 2004 Pistons attitude here. And I'm going to be honest, 2004 Pistons, it was all for one for all. It was, make life hell. It was be tough every single night, grind it out. This grit and grind, like you gotta understand, team culture, team identity is very important, and that shit comes right from your top. If your star player is not a good defender, if your star player is, like people talk shit about Luka, Jokic, whatever. I think those guys are good enough defensively to be champions. However, if your star player is Trae Young, where he did not even buying in on defense, come on.
And that's what we pride ourselves on.
So Ez, then Scott, Ian, then Eric.
Hey, Scott.
Uh-oh.
Last year at the end of the season, you said you got a chance to experiment a lot throughout the course of the year.
Hush before we get to it.
What did you take away from experimenting and figuring out what you could do, and how are you trying to apply that to this
that
season?
again?
Last season, at the end of the last season, you said you got a chance to experiment a lot throughout the year and try different things. What do you want to take from last season and experimenting into this season?
Experimenting. Not really much experimenting. I'm trying to go out there and win. It was a different situation last year. I think as we all seen, but we're gonna go out there and ready to go this year, putting everything on the line.
Thanks. We'll go to Scott now.
What's up, Scottie? At least externally, I think the expectations, for the team this year are, higher. How would you say internally, like how you guys are dealing with that? How do the vibes vary this year from, the past couple of years?
I think the vibes of the team are, we always try to go out there and win. Certain things happen, injuries happen, trades happen, a lot of things happen, which plays a part. But we're always going to try to go out there and win. Our expectations is to go out there and win every.
Oh no! Did it actually happen? Damn it! Yo, someone clip it, please. I was behind. What'd they say? Fuck. Yo, we need better reporters. What? Okay. I was behind So unfortunately, I didn't get to hear it. Oh, you got it? Okay, do me a favor. Can you do me a favor? If you clipped it, can you send it to me? Yo, there ain't no fucking way. There ain't no fucking way. Can you send it to me? Please? Y'all motherfuckers. It was quick. Clipping it is crazy. No, it's not crazy. People need to be held accountable. And if you're going to call my star player autistic, well, then I need to know about it. I 100% heard it. Are you... I'm done, bro. Are you kidding me? Y'all didn't learn your fucking lesson. There's no way you called this. There's no way you called this man autistic. In a crowded room. Yo, when I tell you that the Toronto media got it in for this guy, you not hearing me? I'm telling you the truth. I hear it. I've been telling y'all for a year. They really don't like this dude. And if you feel comfortable, here's what I will say. Here's what I will say to you, okay? Because, yo, can someone please email this to me? pensarefilms@gmail.com. Please, whoever clipped it, please email it to me so we can play it, we can dissect it, because I'm not standing for this shit anymore. You don't get to shut down the stream every single time one of your fucking reporters, decides to go out of pocket. No, how about, you just leave it up and let them be idiots. Stop protecting these motherfuckers from themselves. Apparently social media going crazy right now because we got like 150 extra people coming up in here. Please just email it to me, bro. Whoever screenshotted it, please email it to me. I will give you full credit for it. There we go. There we go. Did we get it? Nope. We need the full context before we go all out on Akil. Oh, bro, if it was Akil Augustine. Oh, bro. I remember the first time I met Akil, it was on a subway, and it was not at a subway. It was literally on the subway. And I was telling him like how I knew someone who knew him through Dan Gladman. And I asked him if I could be on his show. And this is like before Pensare Basketball. So fair is fair. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, I would like if somebody can email it to me, please. pensarefilms@gmail.com. Email it to me. I will put it up. Who is Akil? Akil Augustine. Anyways, point being, I asked him if I can come on his show. He told me how many Instagram followers, how many Twitter followers you got. I said I don't have Twitter, and he said, well, get a Twitter following first. That stuck with me for a very long time. How many times can someone be called autistic? I mean, it could be worse. He could literally call him autistic. Facts. Post Scottie Barnes media interview live. So the problem for me, and this is probably a good thing because I mean maybe it's a bad thing. I was behind because it started a little bit late and I was a little bit behind. So unfortunately, when people started saying that, I didn't believe it right away. I can't believe it happened again. I probably should have just scrolled forward, but I didn't want to disrupt Scottie's interview. Yeah. Entertainer clips. Can someone explain to me what happened? Allegedly, we have yet another mic gate, hot mic scandal, apparently. Bro, what the hell, man? Are we going to get another? They just removed it? Okay, you sent it. Cool. Let me clip it. Let me download it. Let me play it. Let's dissect it. Hopefully, we will get the GOAT saying he was defending Scottie, though. Jesus Christ. Sure. I mean, okay. Let's pull this up. Thank you very much. This is from Evan Zuravinsky. So thank you so much, Evan Zuravinsky. We're going to pull this up. This community is awesome, man.
Thanks. Brandon will be in here in about half an hour.
How many times can someone be called autistic?
Why are we even debating who said it? He said it on camera. Are you kidding me right now? Well, to me, context does matter. Okay. Here's the thing. One, I don't think he's actually calling Scottie Barnes that, right? Let's not be mob justicey about this. He's not, I don't think. Now, I have my own issues with Akil, but let's not get a little bit. Let's not do this thing where we pretend that we have the full conversation. You don't have the full conversation. You have a clip. You have a clip of saying, how many times can someone be called autistic? So, obviously, he's mentioning the fact that people have called Scottie bad. And that's not a secret to anybody who's been on Twitter over the last couple of years. It's happened a lot. There are literally videos. You can Google Scottie Barnes and the videos come up. So, yes. So maybe someone was just like, oh, he got so much better on the mic. I personally would just like for the Toronto media to stop discussing Scottie Barnes' speaking skills, but personally, whatever. And then maybe he said, yeah, like how many times can someone be called autistic? Like in a vacuum, like I just said what he just said, right? If you clip me saying it, you could make it seem like I'm saying something bad about Scottie too. I want to give Akil the credit, the benefit of the doubt, like on that, but just a very weird moment. Definitely weird moment. But I'm gonna assume he wasn't saying it disparagingly. However, that being said, it's also possible he is saying it disparagingly. I'm also not absolving the dude because the conversation could have been, like he needs to stop talking like this because how many times can you be, right? So yeah, why can't we have nice things, bro? Like, why? We had a nice little stream going. We were able to see the whole freaking thing. Now we gotta reschedule this, post it in clips. Like, come on. Damn it. And honestly, to Raptors social, y'all really y'all make this look so bad because it's like somehow it's even worse. Do y'all know what I mean? Like it's even worse because you act like you're hiding something by cutting the stream, and now it's just like, oh no, it's a scandal. Whereas if you just left it on, like, I feel like I need to email them. Okay, here's how I would handle something like this. Very simply put, here's how I would handle something like this. If something like this happened in my organization, if something like this happened on stage at Penn Dance, something like that. If somebody was caught saying something derogatory or, that could be misconstrued, the simplest solution, JQ, if you're listening to me, the simplest solution is to have somebody come out and apply context to the situation and move the fuck on. If you to do this, you're acting like you're hiding, and you can never hide. Like, people screen record everything. If I was up ahead, you would have like a viewing of that same clip for everybody. I mean, provided this stream doesn't get taken down, you will have a viewing of that. Thousands and thousands, if not millions of people can have access to that clip. So once it's on the air, assume in 2025, it's gone. It's caught. You can't, like, why do people do this? Like, you live streaming and then somebody walks behind you and then you cut it out. You just seem bait as hell. Why do you do that? It's worse. It's so much worse. So, like, I would have somebody come out and just say, just to let you know, this is what the conversation was before, and this is what we were talking about. We were talking about somebody else. We were talking about Akil's nephew, okay? The idea that you immediately assume that everybody assumes the worst is, it's weird, man. Everyone in live comments was shocked. They got scared. Well, that's kind of the point too, is like the reaction creates the action, creates the reaction, creates the action. So it's like, hypothetically, if somebody is saying something rather innocent and everybody overreacts because they misread it, it seems like the person's more guilty, right? Respectfully, Pen, please just play the clip. I already played the clip. How many times you wanna watch it?
Thanks. Brandon will be in here in about half an hour.
How many times can someone be called autistic?
Well, that's very interesting because he's not saying that. I mean, it's obviously his voice. I don't know if you deliberately edited it like that. You're right. His lips don't sync up. I mean, it's obviously his voice. That is Akil's voice. Just to let you know, I've heard Akil's voice for like 15 years now. That's Akil's voice, 1000%. But that being said,
How many times can someone be called autistic?
huh. Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Coco Review said it was like that live too. Was it? Damn. So they had like probably. How can Akil be in two places at once? It's delayed, I think. Maybe. Okay. So this is where we're at now. Unfortunately, another Mike Gates situation, another, hot mic caught recording something weird. And it's again about fucking Scottie Barnes. I've been trying to tell y'all for like years. There's like some sort of weird energy between Scottie and this media and this media cabal. And it's just weird, man. I feel like people have Sportsnet still has the live stream up. Okay, that's good. Okay, let me see if I can get that up. Give me 1 sec. I don't think Sportsnet. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm assuming that the Toronto Raptors are gonna post all of these interviews in succession on their YouTube. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna download them all, and we'll break down the interviews at like 3 p.m. When everything's done, we're going to break down all the interviews, and that will be Toronto Raptors Media Day Live Part 2. Okay, I apologize. This is unfortunate. It was going super smooth. We're going to get everybody, probably have, 30 minutes in between interviews to just discuss what was heard. Wasn't the last line about Mobo, though, allegedly? So, allegedly, yes, but the context was still Scottie, right? So, yeah, I think I know what you're saying. And yes, like there was this idea that it was supposed to be about Jonathan Mobo, and I didn't want to come out and say it because I kind of promised that I wasn't going to do the transcript and all that stuff. I promised, the Raptors that I wasn't going to do that. But yeah, like we're not joking here. Like Anyways, I don't want to relitigate that whole thing. That was an embarrassing moment for Toronto Raptors. That was an embarrassing moment for our media. And I don't want to relitigate that and rehash that. We're on to new things. We're on to a better season. Feels like a really weird way to start the new season, but hopefully smooth sailing. And honestly, Raptors PR, do better. Like, don't be cutting streams. It just makes y'all look guilty as hell. How about the line wasn't about anyone on the team? Y'all are divas. Context is needed. Stop being negative. Okay. This might be like a little out of pocket, but you do need to use a little bit of context to interpret, information. And I know that everywhere on the internet, there's always like this one person that's just like, guys, give it a chance. It's not what it seems. And it's just like, you're just trying to be contrarian. You're just trying to be contrarian. You just want to be different right now. It's pretty obvious in the context of what was said that it's 95% likely that he is talking about him. Okay. Now, if he happens to be talking about his nephew, my question is, why are you talking about it on air? Right? Like, why are you talking about it now at Raptors Media Day? People don't just randomly burst into soliloquies about their partner and their nephew and some random kid. Like, I don't want to say obviously because I can't confirm 100% without context and the full conversation. Obviously, don't have it. But benefit of the doubt goes out the window when there's only one person on your team who has even remotely been talked about in that light. I agree with you. And look, man, the first thing they teach you with media training is assume the mics are always on. Every person learns this. I think they talk about it week 1. Assume the microphone is always on. So when you are in the vicinity where tape is rolling, you must conduct yourself in a professional manner. You cannot be having offhand dick jokes and shit like that, because there's always a chance that something like this happens. And I do find it amazing that the last time, end of season, we had this everyone together, and it was just such a sour note to end the season on somebody kind of like making a ha, isn't he well spoken Scottie Barnes joke. And now, to have this season sort of start on a similar note where once again we are trying to intellectualize or discern someone's intellectual capability, diagnose them as you're not diagnosing anybody, but even the mention of autism in this situation is a little bit touchy for me. And I say this as somebody who is on the spectrum. I say this as somebody who has Asperger's. I certainly wear it as a superpower. But when someone does not have Asperger's, when someone is not autistic, to insist that they are autistic is derogatory. That is derogatory. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not right. I don't even know why Akil got hired. The dude is intolerable. Okay, let's not turn this into a pile on Akil thing. Oh, the live is back up. Oh, cool. So what does that mean right now in the grander context of like they got a new one? What happened? What do you mean the live is back up? Where? Is it on Raptors.com? Where is it? I'm not seeing it on YouTube, dude. Can you on IG? Is it also on X maybe? Hang on, let me just check. I think it might be on X. Hang on. Oh, I got you. Okay. We're good. I'm gonna share it from X. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna be right back in a second. Stay with me, y'all. If it starts and it's on mute, I think Brandon Ingram is starting up in about 5 minutes or so. You're not cool. Okay? You're not cool. We're discussing professional workplace shit. Obviously, they thought enough of it to take it down. Okay. They're live on TikTok too. That's cool. It's cool. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. I will see y'all in like 3-4 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We'll break down what we've heard so far from Scottie. And yes, hold on. Let's see here. Does it go back? Oh, they started it again. I got you. I got you. Okay. I'll be with y'all in 2 minutes. Hang on one sec. Well, that's certainly one way to deal with the issue. Just don't have audio.
Real as it gets.
Real deal.
When it comes to being a Toronto man.
For
All right,
sure.
so first off, I want to get into the whole playing for the team, but I gotta get to the summer first. We gotta cover what's gotta be covered.
Yeah.
And you and your guys, you guys have been around doing a lot of camp stuff. What's been the highlight of the summer?
I'm gonna say highlight for summer for me, probably having my first kids camp. I did it in
Also, I got one bar. I hope to God this is not Rogers cutting me out, but yeah.
Brampton with
Yep,
my
I saw.
family, friends, and
I
it's
didn't get
honestly
an
amazing.
invite. I did not get an invite. No one asked me to come and do a workshop or anything, but I'm still happy.
You didn't get the email?
No.
Dang,
And I checked my
you know
spam
what?
folder. It's crazy, all right? It's crazy.
That's all me. That's all me.
Okay,
You should have
that's
got
all
one.
Okay.
But nah, it was amazing just to see the kids smile, inspire them. It was,
Plug the camp. What's happening
Yeah.
next year? What's the plan?
It's gonna happen again next year.
I apologize, y'all. I am apparently lagging. I am waiting for a few. Okay, we got the bars back. Thank you, Rogers, for letting me off the hook here.
I'll be
Stay
there.
tuned.
Apparently,
He gonna be there.
Yep.
And good vibes all the time.
Okay. All right. So, and I know you guys did a lot of training over at OVO, which meant
Yeah.
you got to hang out with the guys, All Rage, Sandro.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
talk about that experience and who are the guys that you spent the most time with?
It's been great. I feel like we did a lot of team bonding this year. We went
Yeah.
to Spain. We had a mini camp in Austin that Jamal hosted. I feel like, yeah, we had a lot of good time together. But the guys I've been hanging around the most probably Mamu, Jamal, RJ, just honestly everybody. But I
Yeah.
feel like Mamu the most because he's just been new and that's my guy.
And you got to put them on in the city.
Yeah, I got to put him on. I put on some new spots. Put him on New Ho King.
Wait, but New Ho. That's classic.
Underrated right there.
Underrated.
For sure.
But you did not put him on to not wearing a Yankees cap during a Blue Jays pennant race.
See, that wasn't me. That was his own style.
Fun fact: we just went to New Ho King like a couple weeks ago. I was there for Kendrick. I don't know if he's kind of secretly professing Kendrick fandom, but okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you gotta stop your man.
I didn't see he got there before me. You know what I'm saying? So if I seen now,
Okay, you'd have stopped it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into the brass tacks here. I'm a glaze for a second though. Honestly, My favorite thing now at Raptors games is like when I'm courtside and me and you make eye contact. And it's like, because I've been watching you for so long since a kid. And to see like
Pause, bro.
you're playing for the Toronto Raptors. I know it was a whirlwind and it was hard to contextualize, but now that you've actually had a summer to sit back and kind of soak in it, and then for them to like re-up and to like come back. You know, like sometimes you get a shot and like, okay, so one shot you did it, bye.
Yeah.
Like for them to say, okay, no, we want you back. What's that been like personally?
It's been amazing. I just gotta give credit to God on that one. Yeah, my family is super stoked, probably more amped up than me, especially my dad. My dad's a super fan of basketball. You know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just been amazing.
Shout out Pops one time though.
Yeah, shout out Pops, man. He's really the one that put me in the game.
Yep.
He really loved the game. That's a true fan right there. And my biggest critic at the same time, my biggest fan. So gotta give credit to him too.
But like, so what's the response been like? Because I know like the thing, like I remember when Marbury started playing for the Knicks, he was like, man, everyone asks for tickets.
Oh no,
you know, I go to club.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want to play in New York. What's it been like? I know it's not New York and Marbury, but what's it like for you?
Man, everybody asking for tickets, but at the same time, like it's a blessing to be in that position to do that. But I can't get everybody tickets, so I mean, if I can't get you a ticket to that game, maybe the next one. I'm sorry, but it's gonna come.
The only reason I'm not asking for tickets is because I have a press pass. But the second they take my press pass,
You're a guy, yo.
Coming.
You're a guy. You get in regardless.
Whatever. Okay, get out of here. Okay, you got other things to do. AJ, man, I love you. I'm proud of you, and kill it.
Appreciate you,
Let's go.
guy. Let's get it.
All right. Okay, that was AJ Lawson, a little Canadian content for you guys. Shout out to Pops one time. Sign up for AJ Lawson's basketball camp next year, featuring Media Lit and Nikhil Augustine. You heard it here first.
Okay. Give me one sec, y'all. Okay, so that's where we're at right now. So, okay, sidestep the shit out of that. Cool. That's where we're at. Okay, let's talk about knowledge, because honestly, I feel people too comfortable talking bullshit into a microphone, into the chat. What the hell is it? You know, we talked about it last night. It's just spazzed out for almost an hour over this idea of like just expressing bullshit about things you don't understand. Now, I want to say this: real knowledge takes work to acquire. Your brain has been hijacked to acquire knowledge in 30-second intervals and blips, right? So right now, everyone's jumping to the same conclusion about Akio. You got 2,010 views, like live viewers at once. Yo, hey, you want to get some eyeballs on your media day? Shoot, now the entire league is watching. What I will say is this, and I think that this is important. Arthur Schopenhauer, one of my favorite philosophers, kind of pessimistic, a little bit pessimistic about, you know, giving control to people, warned 100 plus years ago about the perils of too little information, the perils of the false prophet, the perils of people being emboldened to believe that they are experts in things that they are objectively barely amateurs in. COVID taught us, frankly, that people who have watched a 12-minute YouTube video, if that, are willing to go to debate very strongly worded points against doctors, right? That people who watch 30 seconds of financial advice are willing to reject the financial advice of people who've actually done it. And what I'll say is, this is a trick. The concept of knowledge really comes down to confidence. What do you need to fill your cup of confidence? So if this is my cup of confidence, right? Shout outs to Starbucks, I guess. If this is my cup of confidence, and I got to fill this all the way through. I got to fill this all the way through in order to be confident enough to speak on something. Really, it comes down to how big my cup is, right? That's what it comes down to. So if my belief is that I can have passing knowledge on something, right? If my belief is that I don't have to do all the work to get to the point where I can confidently discuss a subject, well, then my cup is just tiny. It's tinier than a thimble, right? And I think that that thimble thing is very important. It's the perspective of the viewer. Your thimble looks like a cup to you. Your shot glass looks like a liter to you. And that's how much knowledge you actually have. But ultimately, if your cup is full, your cup is full. And you're not even realizing that with social media and Twitter and all of these, echo chambers that you be participating in, that we have started to confuse knowledge with opinions. Opinions and knowledge are not the same thing. Knowledge takes years to acquire, requires work, requires dedication, requires focus. Focus, which unfortunately, because of YouTube, because of Instagram, because of Facebook, because of the immediate gratification of, your echo chambers, you don't have the patience to even acquire knowledge. And so now what you have is bite-sized pieces of information. You think you know RJ Barrett. You think you know Scottie Barnes. Based on what? Based on a headline? You think you know this situation with Akil. Look, man, here's what I'll say. True knowledge is hard. True knowledge is supposed to be frustrating. You're supposed to get really frustrated with it. You're supposed to dive through 16, 18 hours of film on a prospect before you arrive at a conclusion whether that prospect is a good shooter or a bad shooter. But a lot of people are willing to arrive at that conclusion based on one air ball, and that's a mistake. So at the end of the day, you need one of two things. You either need an accurate gauge of where you actually are, or you need the wherewithal, the humility to do the work, right? If you don't have both, then what you become is an overconfident idiot. You become a person who starts to buy into your own hype. You become a person who starts to fall for a consensus bias. You start talking in rooms where the bar of knowledge is so incredibly low, where nobody's doing the work, so the work doesn't exist. And what happens is you end up feeding into this consensus bias where you're all just idiots together. You're all able to just pick up on the same thing. How quickly is one news article able to influence millions of people? And millions of people across the world will come to the same conclusion with zero effort given to arrive at a conclusion themselves. We are draining our ability to disagree healthy. A healthy disagreement is good. It pushes back. People are so uncomfortable with disagreeing online, they jump to tribalism. They jump to labels. If you want to make an argument that somebody's politics are not as bad as their reputation, you get labeled a racist. And nobody wants to be labeled a racist. So you jump away. You stop voicing that opinion. And what do? You create little enclaves. And now that's dangerous because now you're not even talking to the other side because there's shame involved. So I think that sports is a little bit of a microcosm of this because it is obviously very appealing to the average person. It is a broad spectrum, I would say, example of the general population. Sports can be that, right? So I think that if you want to save your brain, man, if you would like to save your brain, learn to get comfortable with doing hard work, learn to get comfortable being frustrated, because if you don't, what is going to happen is you are going to be really, really dumb and you're not going to know it. You're going to be somebody who's going to have very, very strong opinions about things, and you're going to go up against people who also have strong opinions about those things, but have done 1,000 times more work than you. And you think you've gotten away, but the work is not actually the consequence. Not doing the work is the consequence. I love that I am able to reach out to people every day. I love that I do film breakdowns. I love that I watch games in full completion. I love that when I don't watch 2 minutes of a game because I'm busy dealing with something, that I will go back and segment the 2 minutes and actually watch it because something might have happened. I don't ignore it. I've watched people watch basketball, and I'm going to tell you this right now. I've sat at a bar with somebody who checked their phone at least 35 to 40 times, took a call, scrolled Instagram, messaged baddies, okay, and then walked away confident that they watched the entire game. You didn't watch the game. You weren't even there. You might as well not have been there. I've sat next to a person at a live event as they chit-chatted about absolute bullshit for at least 40 minutes of actual game time of the 48 minutes and swore that they had a really comprehensive grasp of what happened. I'm like, how? How do you know what happened? You weren't even there. They're like, what are you talking about? I was sitting right next to you. It's like, were you? You can't focus on three things at once. So look, man, I love this community for one major reason. There's a lot of reasons I love this community. Thank y'all for your support. Shout outs to Daryl, shout outs to Medved, shout outs to, the people who support us. I appreciate y'all. But one thing I'll say that I appreciate the hell out of this community, the people that I've actually met, the people that I've communicated with offline, y'all actually are the people doing the work. Shout outs to Jonathan, right? Like, when you think about the amount of work it takes to make a film, to write a script, one that people are willing to read, to write a book, to launch a proper, successful podcast, to create a film festival, to start a company, to manage a company properly, to become an expert at anything, period, anything, to become an expert at it. It takes great amounts of dedication, patience, humility. You have to know what you don't know. My interview yesterday with John McCall, I mentioned it in last night's live. I'll mention it here as well. This dude trains Amen Thompson, Asar Thompson. He's trained Jalen Green. He's training AJ DeBonsa. He's training a bunch of players that you are going to be talking about. And this idea that he probably has more humility than the average person in a Raptors chat is crazy to me. The fact that he would assess his own basketball knowledge as half full, and they got morons screaming from the rooftops that Scottie's a bum, who are totally convinced that they have a full authority on basketball. That to me is crazy. So the only thing I'll say is, to end this rant, is it might feel nice to be confident, but if you haven't done the work to earn that confidence, you're not confident, you're a fool. And every person who's done the work can see right through you. You are transparent as fuck. You may not know you're holding a thimble. Everybody else can see it though. So important. Mark saying, going to the Raptors open practice on Friday. Excited to be watching the team live again. Been a few years since I went to a game. Dope. When is Brandon Ingram coming up, man? We've been sitting here for a while. Mel saying, no wonder Masai left. Michael, another guy. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you as well. Memphis saying, YouTube live back on. They disabled the comment section. Well, ain't that a bitch? But shutting down discourse it's not a solution, because people just have the discourse somewhere else. You might as well let them have it on your channel. Personally, I would use this. If I was them, I would use this. I would get ahead of it. Masai was fired. I mean, was he fired? You think he was fired? You think that's the accurate read on this? Now, once again, this is a great example. Do you think it's an accurate read to say Masai was fired? Is that accurate, true to form of what actually happened? Or was he laid off? Was he the result? Was him leaving the result of extreme contract demands not matching expectations of what MLSE expects from someone who makes that type of money? And is that perhaps a result of Rodgers being in a little bit of a hodgepodge financially? Is that possibly a result of Donald Trump and everything that's going on with Canada right now? Can you think about the factors at play here? Could it be a possibility? Maybe you think, so boom, this is it. How did you acquire that knowledge? I would like to know. How did you acquire that knowledge? Is it through the scuttlebutt? Did you hear Ted Rogers say that? What was Ted Rogers' major issue with Masai Ujiri? Did you talk to Ted Rogers about it? Did you read? Yes. Oh, Lord. Okay. Cool. There we go. We have perhaps some context. If there are people in the comments calling Scottie that, yeah, scuttlebutt. Perfect. Okay. So here are the facts. One, the central core beef, as I understand it, is that Ted Rogers did not feel Masai Ujiri, or frankly any executive, was worthy of that type of salary. One. Two, as a bit of an egomaniac himself, maybe having somebody in the Raptors organization who has that type of notoriety, that type of media personality, that type of gravitas, that type of cachet, that type of presence, that type of political connections was intimidating for him, especially if he himself felt like he could not control him. And Masai's a really difficult guy to control. So I would understand that. Again, not theorizing and psychoanalyzing a person, but that also being said, I can't 100% say I know why Masai was let go. I can't do that until I talk to somebody who's really close to the situation. I've talked to at least 4 people who are pretty close to the situation. Here we go. We got BI. Hello, BI.
We're back. Thank you. We'll go ahead with questions for Brandon. So please raise your hand. Yep, start with Michael Grange.
Brandon, welcome to Toronto, I guess sort of officially, but what makes you the most excited about heading into this season, given what you've been through the last year or so?
Getting to play with the guys, learning from Darko, learning from his assistant coaches, and just playing for Canada. It's been a long time since I've been on the basketball floor, so I'm excited just to get out there.
So we'll go to Joseph and then Scott.
Hey, Brandon, over here. From the outside looking in, it kind of seems like this is a fresh start for you in a new place after some time off with the injury too. For you personally, does it feel like that? And what about that excites you? Like, is there a part of your game that you think maybe hasn't got enough attention that you're excited to show off, or your personality? I don't know, something. But what about that fresh start?
I think just being with the energetic guys. When I came here in February, I never noticed how hard the guys played. Like on the defensive end, transferring to the offensive end. I'm just excited to bring my skill level and make things easier for other guys. Playmaking, scoring the basketball, defense, getting steals, going on the other end, and just having fun. It do feel like a fresh start. All the new faces, new coaches, learning new things. So hopefully I can show my full game.
Thanks. So we'll go to Scott and then down to Josh.
Right. What's up, Brandon? Now that you're, finally healthy, getting a chance to kind of hang out with the guys, is there anything that surprised you about, the team, the roster that the guys have together right now?
One thing that surprised me is RJ. I thought he was just a gunner. I thought he just shot the ball a lot. But watching this game and seeing him work throughout the summer, I've seen what he works on and how it transfers to the game, and he's steady. Scoring the basketball on the defensive side, he's aggressive, and he's a guy that doesn't complain about not having a basketball. It just kind of attracts to him, and he's been showing me a lot this summer. He's gotten better over the summer.
Shout out to RJ, man. I think he is going to be a lot better. Also, want to give a huge shout out to Cass, RB, and AG for becoming members. Appreciate y'all. If you're curious about how to be a member, link is in the description.
So Josh and then Doug.
Hey, Brandon, welcome. Back in February, you mentioned that you feel like because of the injury, some people have forgotten about you, forgotten who you are. How does that make you feel? And does that motivate you to come back and prove people wrong and show people, remind people who you are?
I think rather than proving people wrong, it's just proving to myself who I am. Stepping into a new role, new teammates, new coaches, having a responsibility of being my best self every day and winning basketball games. I think that's the most exciting part for me. I think when you go try to prove yourself to other people, it never works out. So just trying to be my best self every day and step into the game having fun.
So Doug, and then Ryan, and then our new friend from the Daily Hive.
Brandon, it's Doug Smith with Toronto Star. It seemed a lot of enthusiasm that you and RJ and Scottie could work together as a threesome. Why do you think so? What have you
Pause
seen?
on that. Now you keep going.
BI, you can't even say pause in Toronto, man. These guys are gonna be weird as hell about this shit. Doug Smith immediately is not liking Brandon Ingram. I'll guarantee it. He gonna call him a thug or some shit. Yo, we need to get rid of our media, bro. Some of our media is sick.
Why do you think it'll work out so well?
I don't think Doug Smith has ever been asked to pause in his life. And frankly, someone should have asked him to pause a long time ago.
I think we're all pretty selfless. You see Scottie on the defensive end and him attacking on the offensive end. Just mentioned RJ being selfless. I think everybody is selfless, and we'll step into a role trying to do whatever it takes to win.
So we're going to Ryan here.
Hey, Brandon. IQ also had kind of an injury-marred year last year. I think a lot of people have kind of forgotten about him. What have you seen from him, and how do you think you'll complement Emmanuel?
Emmanuel?
Yeah.
He's been good over the summer, too. I got a chance to watch him in February when I got here, how he controls the basketball game, getting his teammates involved. He's speaking up in practices and making sure his voice is being heard. So, it's important for him to be a leader on our team. He has the basketball. He's going to get everybody involved, and he's going to score too. So he's an important piece for our team. And he's been really good this summer and leading up to training camp.
So Daily Hive, then to Lindsay, and then to John.
Hey, Brandon. Sam from Offside. It's been about 6 months, give or take, since you've been in Toronto. Just wanted to know what was the most surprising thing you've learned about Toronto, or some of your favorite moments you've had already.
The most impressive thing for me is seeing every seat in the arena filled up, every single game, no matter winning or losing. Just seeing everybody there. That's definitely different from New Orleans.
Bro, New Orleans catching strays for no reason whatsoever. Come on, BI. You've been here for a long time. We could just let it go.
And every seat filled and everybody showing love, whether we're down or up. That was very consistent.
So Lindsay, who's down front and to your right here, and then John, then Samson.
When Darko was here, he said that you brought some guys down to Newport Beach, I believe. Who came out there, and how do you think that kind of benefited your guys' chemistry?
Most of the third year, fourth year players, some of the rookies from last year came out, and it was fun. I just wanted them to kind of get away from the coaches a little bit, come out to where I was, have a chance to work out, have a chance to do some things off the floor, and build some chemistry. I think when you bond together off the basketball floor, it makes it a little bit easier to communicate when you get on the basketball floor.
So John, then Samson, then Raheem.
Hey, Brandon. Welcome to Toronto. Darko mentioned that you're 27, you're entering your prime. How do you think you've evolved?
He's 28, bro.
As a player?
Well, just trying to add new things to my game.
You're not going to correct them?
Coming into the league, I wasn't able to shoot the three ball at all because I wasn't strong enough to get it to the rim. So I attacked downhill and shot the mid-range shot. I still do the same thing, but just adding the three ball to my game. I think coming here, I know Darko speaks a lot about defense, so he's going to be on me a lot about the defensive end and trying to make my game complete. So just learning each year, some things that I can add to my game, some things that I can work on and continue to evolve.
Samson, Raheem, then Will.
Hey, Brandon, just over here. The Raptors were a team that struggled relative to the league to score with the ball in their hands. Obviously, bringing you, that's going to fill that hole there. But in terms of speaking with Darko, is there anything new about the Raptors offense that you see as interesting for you to operate in? Is there anything you haven't done in your career before in terms of how they play?
Good question.
I don't think it's nothing that I've done in my career. I think what's different is a lot of movement in the offensive, on the offensive end. He preaches that moving without the basketball, cutting to the basket, being ready to shoot, catch and shoots. So I think that's going to help my game a lot. Going on the floor without thinking, being in the best position to play, make, and score.
Raheem, then Will, then Vivek.
Hey, Brandon, over here.
One of the
you
things
mentioned that you noticed the arena fill.
One of the things people really don't understand, first of all, I disagree with this. I don't think he's KD at all. I think there's an aesthetic bias that makes him like KD. I think his game is probably somewhere between like a poor man's Kobe Bryant meets Michael Porter Jr. Like there's some elements of those two, right? Aesthetically, very pleasing game. Doesn't get to the rim anywhere near as KD. Doesn't take threes like KD. Ain't efficient like KD. Way better playmaker than KD. Things that I think people really don't understand about BI. Number one, super unselfish dude. I talked to a lot of people before he got traded here, knowing like he wanted to get out. If y'all remember, I had a live saying the Raptors going to trade for Brandon Ingram, and then a couple days later, I think a couple weeks later, a week later or so, they traded for him. So, yeah, like I don't think it's KD, bro. Like, no, he's not just like KD at all. Yeah, man, he's his own player, but I think his playmaking is what makes him more Kobe than KD. I'm not saying he's as good as Kobe. I'm not saying, he's good defensively like Kobe, but his passing might be the most underrated thing. It's something I've underrated myself. So I think he's a very, very good player. And I think he's way less of a, I want to gun at all costs and score 28 points at all, come hell or high water. I think he was asked to do that. I think that was more his role. I don't think that's who he actually fancies himself as. I think he's more like a point forward. I think Scottie's a point forward. I think RJ's a point forward. So less athletic T-Mac Houston. You see what I'm doing? You see what I'm saying here though? Like you keep comparing him to guys who he kind of looks like, and his game really isn't that, right? Like even less athletic T-Mac, like T-Mac still got to the rim, T-Mac was an amazing passer. Well, here's the thing. I think BI is an amazing passer. He's an amazing passer, right? Anyways, get back to BI here.
Whether the team was doing well or not, has it hit you that you're playing not just for a city, but for an entire country in Canada? And how much stock do you take in that? And how much do you...
Well, if it hasn't hit him, dumbass question, by the way, I'm sure he's probably like, I understand why questions got to be this way, but if it hasn't hit him, it's definitely y'all going to remind him 50 times this year.
And how much are you looking forward to that?
It hasn't hit me yet. I think it will when I step into the arena and see all the fans and get all the love. But I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I haven't stepped on the floor since December 7th. So this is what I live for. This is what I do. All I do is play basketball, watch basketball. So it's going to be exciting to get on the floor and compete for something.
Will, Vivek, and then Ez.
Hey, Brandon. If you can get the ball anywhere on the floor, where would you like the ball? And also, what's like your go-to shot for people who haven't seen your game as much here in Toronto?
I won't give too much, but I'm gonna catch it on the elbow. Well, depending on what we need, but I want to catch it on the elbow and some type of fadeaway.
Go ahead, Vivek.
Hey, Brandon, right here. Obviously, a lot has been made of what you will add to this team as a scorer, but both Bobby and Darko have spoken about how your passing is underrated. Why do you think your passing is underrated, and what do you think Darko?
Anchoring bias. I don't know if he's going to say it. I'll say it. Anchoring bias. He wasn't a great passer coming out. And I don't think people have fully registered how much he's studied the game and gotten a lot better at it. 1, 2, when someone is such a good scorer and such an explosive scorer, other parts of their game tend to go a little bit underrated because, again, people want to go for superficial concepts and knowledge. Number 3, I think it is largely because his role has been as a scorer that you don't fully appreciate when he's been asked to become more of a passer. People don't watch New Orleans play basketball. I'm gonna be honest. Like, apart from his first year there with Lonzo, that year where he became an all-star, people really don't watch him play that much. And he's been so successful as a scorer that I think the passing gets underrated.
System can do to help bring that up?
I just don't think they expect me to pass the basketball when I got it. I like to set the table. I like when everybody is involved. When everybody is involved on the offensive end, you get everything on the defensive end from them. They build confidence, and it's easier, like I said, to communicate on the defense and offensive end when everybody feels involved. So it brings a different energy to the team when everybody's sharing the ball and making the correct plays.
And we'll finish up with S. Sorry, Vivek, if you have a follow-up, you need a mic because otherwise people can't hear you online. Did you ask the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it just specifically on what Darko's system can do to bring out your passing.
I guess put me in a good position. I'm a good passer out of pick and roll. I see the floor very well, so when I'm driving to the lane, kick outs to threes, dropping it down the yak, I just see a lot of passes on the floor.
Thanks. Now we'll finish with S.
Hey, Brendan, right here. You mentioned earlier, and Bobby Webster on Friday mentioned that you're a hooper's hooper, and that some of the joy that he gets is from watching you work and watching your regiment, the way that you practice on a day-to-day basis. Where did you get that from? Where did you develop that over your time? You've had a chance to work with a lot of vets and have good vets around you. How does it feel to be one of the vets on a younger team now?
I think I got it from just being in the gym at an early age. My dad ran a rec gym 5 minutes from my house, and I went there after school every day. I went there on the weekends. I woke him up sometimes at midnight on school days and went back to the gym knowing that he had to be to work at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I just loved the game. That was my safe haven in the neighborhood that I was in, and a lot of my friends were there. Even when my friends weren't there, I just wanted to be there. And it's just been everything for me. It helped me feed my family. It brings joy, and it's just fun.
Thanks very much, Brendan. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. So Ingram is in good spirits. Let's see if... Oh, we got more Akil Augustine. Now we with Jakob Poeltl.
Sir, please come on through and identify yourself for the people who cannot recognize you at this current moment in time. Who are you?
Here.
What happened?
Just
okay, but always the reason. So if you don't know, Jacoby had I was jealous. I was about to grow my. If I had the ability to, I would have grown mine out and locked it like yours. At some point, you decided it was too much. It was
yeah,
routine.
Yeah. It just started to.
Hold up.
It didn't really. There wasn't really no reason for it. Honestly, it was like just right after the season, try something new.
Yo, how is it a telecommunication company owns a basketball team and is so bad at telecommunications? My internet been laggy. Rogers. Their mics are fucked. Rogers. Yo, this is why your company's in fucking trouble and you can't afford Masai Ujiri.
I had the summer to kind of grow it back a little bit too.
Sometimes it's hard to have dreads in the summer.
Yeah.
Hothead.
And then I started to try to like switch it up, but I was kind of tired of it swinging all the time. So that's kind of what made me.
You could almost say like it was for the game.
Yeah. It was for the game. It was literally for the game.
Yeah, you can tell
This was a game time decision. Yeah.
Okay, let's get into it. So like you've been here a bit now. So do you consider yourself a Toronto man?
You know, I feel like I'm a part of the Mandem. The Mandem. The Mandem.
Well, there's a test. We've been giving it to the guy.
Okay.
So I mean, I feel like the first question of the test is too hard because like you said Mandem, you have to answer the first question. Okay, so what subway line? Oh, hold on, you got to grab that right there. Okay, you're gonna write your answers. Okay.
Yo, you better have gotten this Vince question right by now.
We're keeping track of these answers. We didn't make BI do it because he was in a rush. Okay, so which subway line, question 1, takes you directly to Scotiabank Arena? You got A, line 1, Yonge University, Yonge Street, University Ave. You got B, line 2, Bloor Danforth. And then you got C, line 4, the Shepherd line. So A, B, or C. I'll give you a hint. You can call a friend.
It's not.
I'll be the friend. We're friends. It's not C.
It's not C.
Not C.
I was gonna go A.
A is right.
That's what I'm gonna go.
Okay. All right.
Boom.
I just keep this answer.
Yeah, keep that answer. Keep it on the low.
And this is why he's gonna play over Ochai Baji.
What is the area code of Toronto when you call someone Toronto? No one's gotten this right. They kind of got this.
I got this.
You got this?
Yeah.
Okay, right down. I'm not looking. I can't wait for the reveal.
Okay.
Let's find out.
He's gonna get it.
What is our hockey team called?
Maple Leafs.
Wow. Tell Beyond.
Wow.
No way. Come on, dog.
Can you name our international airport where you guys land and take off? I will accept the 3 letters as its airport designation, but I would really prefer the man's last name.
Pearson.
What?
International.
Toronto man.
Come on now.
One of the Mandem. All right. What's the nickname of the square outside the arena where I hype up the crowd ahead of every game?
Maple Leaf Square.
Okay, but what's the nickname?
A.
What do we call it during Raptors playoffs? Think
Jurassic
of like
Park.
a 90s movie that registered really big with the Raptors fan base.
The Jungle.
Close.
That's all I got.
Okay. All right. And now you got to tell me who was the first Raptor to make an NBA All-Star Game appearance. I'll give you the 4 options. You got Vincent Lamar Carter, Christopher Weston Bosch, Antonio, I don't know his middle name, Davis, and Damon Mighty Mouse Stoudemire. Which of those 4 guys was the first Toronto Raptor to attend the NBA All-Star Game as a player?
We'll just say. I'm gonna just say Vince.
Everybody said Vince.
Yeah, I'm gonna just. Say
That's the
Vince.
right answer, you dumbass.
But
okay.
But Stoudemire too. I'm gonna go Stoudemire.
You go Stoudemire?
I'm gonna go Stoudemire.
Okay, finally. Because no one's picked Stoudemire yet. All right, you're wrong. Let's look at the answers. Okay.
Oh, I didn't write them all down, but
Okay, but the most important one, ladies and gentlemen, the first person to recognize the area code for Toronto is
416.
The 416.
Right now.
Your guy, Jacoby, my guy. Respect. Official Toronto man. It's in the books. All right, you got work to do. Get out of here.
Are you really a Toronto man if you don't know that Vince Carter was the first? I mean, I think we need to ask Akil some questions. How do you not know, bro? You were here. Yikes. Okay, we got Jakob Poeltl on the mic. Love it. Yak, always honest on the microphone.
Toronto
is 416.
Start with Adam.
Hi, Jakob. Welcome back. I'm wondering just sort of what you've taken overall from the time that you came back to Toronto to now. How have you felt that the team has developed, and sort of what are your expectations going into this season for the team as a whole?
I mean, I think we've made really great improvements, especially, I mean, I guess you could say like starting with the beginning of last year, like has really been a turning point for us where we've focused in on that style of play that we want to play with, where we're being super aggressive, and we've even added on to that this summer, just being even more aggressive on defense, like trying to get out there, play fast, like disrupt the opponents. And yeah, I think we've done a really good job with that. And then obviously our young guys, particularly like individually, like have improved a lot. And yeah, we're going to count on that in the future.
So we're going to go Ryan, and then John, and then back to Michael.
Right over here, yeah. How you doing? Obviously, you were in the West for a lot, so you got a good look at Brandon. What do you think he's going to bring to the team, and how do you think like he'll complement your game, you'll complement his game?
I mean, just like his individual skill as a scorer, I think is like obviously like the biggest thing that he brings us, like a true 3-level threat. Like you just get him the ball in almost any position and like he'll make something good happen for you. I think that's what he really brings. But for a guy like that, what's unique about him is how much he's buying into our team style of basketball and like also defensive minded basketball. So I think that's really cool to see. Seems to like really enjoy himself here so far. And yeah, I know we've had limited time together, like limited practice, but considering all that, we've actually developed some pretty quick chemistry out there. Me personally, and I feel like within that starting unit in general. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to actually testing it against other NBA teams.
So John, who's front row on your left there, yeah.
I do appreciate that he's really the first player so far to bring up the playoffs. He clearly didn't get the memo that you're not supposed to talk about playoffs right now. But that, to me, Yak is always the guy who keeps it blunt, right? If shit's just not going well, he was the one who kind of pulled the plug on last year's season, if you remember, when there was still some element of like, oh, are we going to be good? He's just like, yeah, like, I don't think we're good. Like, he's just very blunt about it. It's his Austrian nature. Austrian people are very blunt. I know a lot of Austrian people, very blunt people. So it's just a cultural thing. Dennis was kind of like this too, right? German people also very blunt. There's certain cultures that are very blunt. Darko actually comes from a culture that's very blunt as well. Our culture is very blunt, but Darko is not blunt. So that's his success story.
Hey, Yak, I've got 2 questions for you. The first is a follow on that and what you're just saying about the practicing with the starting 5. What has that been like in the past month, and what's maybe impressed you about that group, especially adding Brandon to the mix?
I mean, I think it's been good. Like it's very unique in a way where, like right now in practice, we're playing against like our own teammates, like young guys who bring a lot of energy, play our style of basketball, which not a lot of other NBA teams do. So I think I'm curious on like how the challenge is going to be once we play against teams that maybe play a little bit slower pace, that play a more traditional, I guess, like style of NBA basketball with individual guys that are going to come at you. So yeah, I can really only speak on what I've seen so far in practice, and I think what's impressed me is that how much everybody is bought into trying to figure out where everybody else likes to play or like wants the ball or like what they're comfortable in. Like nobody so far seems to be going out there trying to like mark their own territory, be like, hey, this is how I want to do it. It's like almost everybody's asking the question like, hey, what do you want to do in this situation? So I think that's been really cool to see, and it speaks to how everybody's bought into trying to figure it out together.
And what are your expectations?
That's an excellent observation, and also a hallmark of really great teams. If you want to talk about the Detroit Pistons, the 04 Detroit Pistons, the first thing that they did right away was try to accommodate Rasheed Wallace, try to accommodate his strengths, right? And that starts with Chauncey Billups being that heady, leader. That starts with Ben Wallace being a all for one, team for all, type of leader. And that type of unselfishness is what helps you win in the NBA for sure. That ego of like, this is my team, this is what I like to do, y'all get out of the way. That shit doesn't work. It works in a pickup game. It doesn't work in the NBA.
Expectations for the season?
I mean, I think there's been a very clear line for us to just attack this season and try to get back into a winning position. Like we've talked about this like development plan, and we knew it was going to be some down phases, but we also knew that we didn't want to be stuck in like a rebuilding phase for a long time. We wanted to do what's necessary, but then be a winning team again as soon as possible. And I think like the communication between us players and also with like coaches and front office has been very clear that everybody seems to be dialed in on like, we want to win this now. So yeah, for us to be a winning team, we got to get back to the playoffs. I think that's like the obvious first step. We got to have one of those young team breakout years where we might surprise some other teams. And I think we have it in us, but we just got to show it on the court.
So we'll do Michael, who's down front and to your right, and then we'll do Tony, who's way at the back. Abby.
Jakob, I mean, you've had some reps with Emmanuel, but he was out of the lineup a lot last year and, you know, came over halfway through the year before. So how significant will it be for you guys to get 65, 70, 75 games from, you know, kind of the most seasoned point guard on your team?
I mean, it'll be very important, yeah. And I think specifically our point guard, yeah, because he's like the guy that like leads our offense. Like he's the one that like has the ball in his hands naturally the most of the time. Even though we play a very team style of basketball, we need him out there to all like him getting used to how our offense is supposed to run, and the opposite way around as well. Us getting used to the way he plays, which I honestly think I have a pretty good natural feel for how he plays, and like our two-man game at least like has been pretty good. I felt at least really natural right from the beginning. So I'm not too worried about that. But obviously, like every minute out there counts. Like every minute we can spend out there together like adds a little extra bit of chemistry where like maybe a specific situation that we haven't seen before like comes up. So yeah, I think not just Quick, but everybody on the team. Like it would be great if we could just go through a season without major injuries, obviously. But specifically for us, when we're in this like developmental stage where we're really trying to grow together, we want to have all our pieces available.
I think him and Quickley are going to do a lot of heavy lifting for the second unit. They can always play that two-man with the second unit. Conversely, I could also see Jacoby, Jamal, one of those two guys stepping into a backcourt, Gradey, with Sandro or CMB playing with the starters. And that could be really interesting because I think Yak plus IQ leads to stable offense for the second unit. Against second units, it could be unstoppable. So you can put those two together and you can really beat the shit out of other teams' second units. So if those two are the first to get the hook, I think IQ plays more movement shooter off ball with the starting unit, goes back to on ball creator with Yak with the second unit. That could be a great option. Conversely, flip it if the other team, you know, has like a really dominant backup big like the Dallas Mavericks or someone like that, right, where they're bringing Daniel Gafford off the bench. Maybe now you go RJBI or BI Scottie with the second unit or IQ Scottie. You know, you can always stagger two starters with the second unit, which is pretty cool. Actually, the Raptors haven't been able to do that for a while.
So Tony, then Vivek, and then Eric up front.
Hi, Jakob. Yeah, this is going to be the third season of Darko in Toronto, and you are here since he took over as a coach. How much he has changed as a coach compared to his first year? Thank you.
I don't think he's changed that much, to be honest. He's kind of brought that fire, energy, and like passion right from the jump, and he's still doing that today. I think maybe like the coaches' like mindset in their game plan also has changed a little bit, and it's also a different situation where early on we still had some veteran guys on the team, like kind of the team that was trying to figure out, to where now we're like here with a young team that's on a clear path, and I think he's just trying to get the most out of everybody, like really trying to dial in that style of play and like getting everybody to give us 100% every night. And I think that's what's going to be necessary for us to be a good team. So yeah, I think that's probably the one thing I noticed the most.
So Vivek, then Eric, then Will, then Samson.
Hey, Jakob, just over here. I'm just wondering what your early impressions are of Brandon Ingram as a defender and what key elements you think he's going to add on that side of the ball.
He's long.
Like I said, it's tough to say from a short or like a small sample size. I think what's really impressed me is, like I said, how much he's bought into it. For a guy that's maybe traditionally not somebody that's been asked to guard a lot of guys, maybe just like ask more of a spot-up shooter, guard more of a spot-up shooter out there or anything. Like he's really dialed into like our pressing, like being aggressive style of play. And I think his greatest skill on defense is honestly like he's good at anticipating where the ball is going and like using his length and stuff to be disruptive. I don't know if that's something he's done a lot in his career, but I think he actually has like the natural build and like instincts for it. So if he can tap into that, like, yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how it goes against other teams, because I don't know, we're almost so used to it by now by having that pressure put on us. It'll be cool to see how other teams react to that.
Go ahead, Eric.
Hey, Jakob. Welcome back. I was wondering what went into the decision to extend, and also as you enter your 30.
You know what? This might be an underrated thought here, or maybe an overrated thought in my own mind. But Alex Caruso took another step as a basketball player when he let it go. Seeing this hairline, he might need to just let it go. He might need to shave it off and just embrace the bald, and then embrace the bald with a headband. Headband yak could unlock a championship. It could happen.
What skills or traits do you think are most important to either retain, refine, or even add as you approach your 30s?
I mean, there's obviously like me signing or extending here in Toronto, like there's a lot of different things that are going into that kind of decision. I think the main things at the end of the day were the fact that I was comfortable in Toronto. I enjoyed living here. I enjoyed like my relationship with the team and the fans and all that stuff. And that the project was interesting to me. Like the team, like the way we were going, like it seemed like we put in a lot of hard work for us to now hopefully see some of these this hard work pay off for us. So I think since I've been part of this like new Raptors process from the beginning, I really wanted to see how far we can take this team, and I think those two were probably like the main decisions. And as far as like my development, I don't think being 30 or like getting older really changes too much in my mindset there. Like I've always kind of had this approach of like just trying to get a little bit better every year. There's not really one thing I'm targeting that I want to get great at. Like if there's obvious weaknesses, then I'm going to address them. But in general, like I'm just trying to like get better what I already do, and then like add little things like on top of everything, like so just like improve the overall product, I guess, slowly but surely. And I'm going to continue doing that even like into my 30s.
And last one is Samson. Go ahead, Samson.
Yeah, a little bit more specific. As you mentioned, the team, everyone kind of sacrificing to put another guy in a good spot. More specifically, you guys were so high in the league in elbow touches. You're obviously a big part of that. You did it in San Antonio. You did it here. Obviously, with Scottie and Brandon, you're probably going to be placed elsewhere at some points in time. How do you feel about going into the season and kind of occupying a different space than you have in different seasons?
Okay, Samson has officially asked every one of the best questions so far. Shout out Samson, man. Every single question he's asked has been a good question.
Yeah, I'm curious, honestly, like how all that's gonna pan out. Like, I don't think our spacing is gonna change that much in our offense in general. Like, obviously, there's gonna be sets where I find myself in different positions. And maybe particularly a guy like Brandon who likes to operate in the mid-range elbow area, like we're going to try to get him the ball there a bunch of times. But really when I get the ball in the elbow area, it's probably a different style of play, like more of a like connecting mindset, whereas Brandon, like we're trying to get him isolation situations. So yeah, I'm going to try to continue to improve on that. But what was the second part?
How do you feel about, like, you might be in the dunker spot more often, you might be more of a finisher rather than setting screens and catching at the elbow. Like, how do you feel about that aspect of your game?
I mean, that's fine, honestly. Like me being in the elbow area was like an adjustment that team needed at the time, and what that could kind of made sense for the team's purpose. And I've played in pick and roll situations. I've played in dunkers. I've played from like top of the key as a connector. Like there's so many different situations. I don't think like where you put me is really like that big a difference maker. It's just how I can find my impact there. And yeah, I think being in a dunker spot is a fairly natural position for me. So I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Two more for you, Yak. First one from Will. Go ahead, Will.
Hey, yeah. Last season, the Raptors, I think first 40 games were like third from the bottom on defense. And then the last 40 games, you guys were like the third best team on defense. I'm wondering, when you reflect on that, what was the turnaround to, you know, the team getting so much better on defense? And how confident are you that you guys can sustain what you guys did in the second half of last season going into this year?
I think we tried to learn a new way of playing defense. Try to like be ultra aggressive, which a lot of guys like weren't used to. Like maybe in a way where like if only one guy out there is being ultra aggressive, then he might get beat, and we're actually almost looking worse than we would have been if we just played a little bit more solid. But trying to get that instilled into everybody so that everybody does it at the same time, and then we can be really disruptive, even when a guy gets beat, that the guys behind him are that much more aggressive as well, to where we can make up for some mistakes with just sheer effort. And then the positive side of that, like just being so disruptive to other offenses that they can't really feel comfortable in how they want to play, like just us setting the tone on how the game is going to go. So I think just learning that takes time. So I think that's why it looked better towards the end of the season than it maybe did in the beginning. And really everybody buying into it and getting used to that and just like doing it on every possession, I think is also something that has improved. And yeah, I think naturally it's only going to become better and better, hopefully. Like the NBA is like constantly evolving. So there might be situations where teams start getting used to that, and then we're going to have to adapt again. But for now, I think we've played a very unique style of defense that's going to help.
It's not that unique. I mean, it's unique in the fact that your pickup point last year was higher at some point than any team over the last 12 years in that. But I don't think it's wholly that unique. Like your philosophy of ball pressure, scram, like switches, like how you operate, I don't think it's that unique. It is impressive, though. It is impressive to not get absolutely obliterated playing this way. And the Raptors obviously have gotten a lot more comfortable with this concept of MIG. Everybody guards their position. Everybody's accountable for themselves. You know, putting guys in a situation like that for a, you know, development season is one thing. I'll be interested to see how much that aggression scales back, right? Last year, Scottie was unique in himself because he is such a high motor, high intensity, high efficacy defender, and yet he barely fouled. He could cut the fouls down even more, right? So Scottie's ability to guard without fouling is his superpower to me. You know, if you look at a lot of guys and they start like really defending, they usually rack up 4 or 5 fouls real quick. So I'll be curious to see if that trend continues. You know, maybe there was an onus on him, you know, thinking, hey, I've got to do so much offensively. I can't possibly get in foul trouble. I'll hurt my team on both ends. Now I wonder, you know, is his role more defensive than offensive? Like, are we veering towards Scottie's the best defensive player, Brandon Ingram's the best offensive player, and both are going to participate in both regards, even if Scottie's going to be the best player, Brandon's going to be the leading scorer, like that type of thing? Or is Scottie going to continue to try to make as much of an impact as humanly possible offensively, pushing in transition, being a connective passer, being a good screener, being a good cutter, being decent, you know, on early seals. And again, like that downhill attack, if Scottie can attack early, there aren't a lot of teams that can stop him. It's when, you know, we get into the late clock situations with Scottie where his lack of counters and his lack of elite advantage generation on the elite burst, that's when he gets in trouble. But in transition, if he can attack, he'd be great. However, last year, the transition numbers were not great. Why? Because very often transition resulted in pull-up jumpers for Scottie above the break, or, you know, a reset pull-up mid-range. Go right to the rim, man. Go full force right to the rim. You're not going to be able to do it as well as Giannis, but do some element of it like Giannis. Put that pressure on the court. if we have time between these, I want to actually take y'all through gravity and pressure at some point as well, as a little bit of an explorative deep dive into basketball.
Plus, be effective on that end of the court.
Thank you. And last question to Gilbert, please.
Hey, with the addition of Sandro, can you talk about the skill set that you see in him and how he's going to help you improve the center position?
Say the last part again.
The center position, how he's going to help you improve on the center position, Sandro?
How I can help him improve, or
how
that's
he's
a good
going to
question.
help.
Honestly, we have different styles of play. Like he's more of like an undersized, stretch the floor. Like he makes good decisions out there. Like he's in a different way, like similar to how Kelly Olynyk and I had just different play styles that gives us different options out there on the court. I think he does it in a maybe a little bit more dynamic way. But yeah, I've constantly, like over these past couple of weeks, had conversations with him about not just improving him as an individual player, because I think he's a great player, but also how his play style fits into our offense or our defense, like whatever it may be. How he should approach, or like help him with my experience within this system, how like he can put himself into better positions, like really improve out there. But yeah, I think he gives us a really good look. Like I said, some variety out there, and yeah, I'm hoping he's going to turn out well for us.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Blessed. Did you talk to Jacoby into cutting his hair off so you could be the only one with long hair on the team?
Hey, nah, we got BI now, so BI got the little braids.
BI got it. So you can convince him to cut it off too?
BI not cutting his hair. We're not cutting his hair.
Okay, so here's the deal. You haven't done your press conference yet, right?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna play a game called Confess or Press.
Okay.
So there's a bunch of prompts in here.
Okay.
So you're gonna pull one out and you're gonna read it, and you're gonna decide whether you want to answer this prompt or pass. If you pass, I have a list of words, and you get to pick one, and you have to interject that word in your press conference.
Oh my goodness.
So RJ did both. He both answered the prompt and he chose to drop a mandem in the press conference. There will be a mandem in the press conference. So, sir, pick your prompt.
Oh, man. This is probably some bad prompts right here.
I don't know. I mean, shout out to Gab. Shout out to Gabby. Oh, you ripped it in half.
Breaking stuff. Last person you Google.
Ooh. So you either have to confess, maybe go on your phone, check your history, or pick a word. Who's the last person you Googled? The last person I Googled, Michael B. Jordan. I was working on my Halloween costume.
Last person I Googled.
Yeah. Is it yourself?
I don't even
Did you
know.
Google yourself?
I don't even know the last person I Googled. I might have to
So you might have to take a.
I might got to take one.
Okay, all right. So here are your options.
Damn, IQ. The last person you Google is yourself?
Pick one. You know what? I'm gonna
Will
put.
not be picking 6-7. I'll take. Oh, our lie's gone. I can't.
No. I just about to say I will put a lie on the table for you. If you drop in a lie, that's crazy.
I'm gonna put in a
I say go a lie.
I'm gonna go Lickle.
Lickle? Your boss on Lickle?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for IQ's press conference.
Go 1-2. Yeah.
In a Lickle. All right. Okay. Now, also quickly, I want to find out if you actually are a Toronto fan, because you've been here for what, a little bit now.
Oh my God, not this shit.
Gosh.
Line 2, Bloor Danforth. These are train lines. The train. We have a subway. And line 3, Shepherd.
Bro, you just tell Emmanuel Quickley we got a subway? What the fuck?
I'll give you a hint. It's not line 3. It's not C. It's either A or B.
So
Which one do you think it
corny,
is?
bro.
Are you joking though? Or
No, I'm helping. I'm dead. I'm dead.
I'm gonna go.
Young University is line 1. That's option A. And Bloor Danforth is line 2. That's option B.
I'm going line 1.
Correct.
Line 1. Come on, BI.
BI's got to step it up. And then name the official international airport of our city. I will accept the name, but I will also be a Toronto man. May I see it, sir?
I thought I was gonna have to do like the vocabulary.
No. Oh, no.
These are real.
Oh,
I got that wrong.
Yeah.
Famous.
You want a second guess?
Nah, that's not fair. I ain't
Okay.
gonna-
All right. Maple Leafs? Toronto Pearson? Sadly, sir.
Oh!
You got it right.
Bro, why are you acting all? Don't act all shocked,
No,
though.
'cause no one's getting it right.
Come on, bro.
Everyone's like,
I'm here.
Okay, real Toronto man. Everyone's like 6'4". Maple Leafs, Toronto Pearson. Sadly, sir.
Oh, I got that wrong.
Yeah.
His name is
You want a second guess?
Nah, that's not fair. I ain't
Okay,
gonna-
all right. Antonio Davis was the first
Wow.
Raptor.
And everybody got.
Why do you? Yo, can someone please text Akil and let him know he's fucking this up? Antonio Davis was not the first Raptor. I'm gonna have 1,000+ Raptor fans telling me Antonio Davis was the first Raptor because this dude has said it 5 times. Can we get a correction here? I'm gonna have to email like Raptors HQ or like Raptors PR right now and just let them know.
No.
Everybody got
Stop
that
doing
wrong.
this, bro.
Okay,
Yeah.
See, it was a trick question.
You just retired the man's jersey. He's lying on purpose. I don't think he's lying on purpose.
What's your question? Everybody's big name events.
I do.
Sorry, I still don't know your name. Go to Daily Hive. I'm sorry, I still don't know your name. Scott, and then you.
What's up, RJ?
What's going on?
So I was talking to Brandon earlier, and he mentioned that of all the guys that he worked with on the team over the summer, he was most surprised by you. He saw you as a bit of a gunner heading in, but he learned that you have a great all-around game. You worked a lot over the offseason. I'm curious just to get your reaction to that, but also, what you've been working on this offseason.
See, I pass the ball. I do.
He's funny.
But no, it's been cool, especially just one working with Bi. He's also, I would say, he drives to the rim better than I thought that he did. I've seen him make a lot of jump shots, so like being able to kind of work with him and stuff, he gets to the rim actually pretty effortlessly. So that was something I learned about him, and I think that I had a cool summer of just working hard, being in the gym, and yeah, I'm kind of just.
Dude, it was Antonio Davis in 2002, 2001. I want you to do me a favor right now, okay? Because you clearly, you think you know more than I do, okay? Fuck, are you fucking kidding me? Okay, Google this, okay? 2001 NBA All-Star Game box score. Google it. 1. Number 2, Google the 2000 NBA All-Star Game. Go ahead.
I was happy about my summer, and you guys will see once we get out on the court. What's up, Mike? How you doing? You good?
Mhm.
What's up, brother?
So Daily Hive, then to Will.
Hey, RJ. Sam from Offside. So with the Blue Jays coming in and they're making it to the playoffs, the city's been having a type of hype and vibe that they haven't seen in a while. How does that, seeing that passion from fans, fuel you as you head into the season?
Yeah, man. A couple months from now, it's gonna be us. That's the mindset. So definitely, obviously, happy for them, cheering for them for sure. And then here, we're trying to get back to the playoffs as well. Trying to get back to the playoffs, make some noise. We're all about winning over here.
Yeah, RJ.
Will, then Doug, then Josh.
That's
I
the
got two
first
questions for you.
All-Star
Number one,
game.
I remember at the end of the last season, you said you were really, really tired. You're looking forward to a break. So how was the summer for you? Do you feel refreshed first off?
I was tired. I was. I feel refreshed for sure. Got to relax and got to be in the gym a lot. Got to get better because I think sometimes when you're playing like kind of year round, you got to try to balance like rest and like your workouts are a little different when you have to play games in the summer and stuff. So this summer I was really just able to really focus on getting my mind and my body right, and yeah, I was thankful for it, but I'm kind of itching to get back now.
And the second question was, are there any misconceptions about your game that you're looking to clear up in terms of proving? I mean, you just make the joke about the passing there too, but even on the defensive end, for example.
Yeah, I don't really know. I've never been a horrible defender. So, yeah, I kind of was confused on that, but I definitely.
You're a bad defender. Let's call it a buck. Okay. Let's keep it a buck. You're a bad defender. You got a lot better last year, but you're still a bad defender. You're the worst defender in your starting lineup. You're a bad defender. Like, everyone ain't crazy. Come on now.
Have gotten better and want to continue to get better on that defensive end, really be a complete two-way, player. I think that's my calling card, and I'm very happy to accept and embrace that. So just got to continue to work hard, study film, study the opponents. Just make sure you do everything to make sure that you can have that edge going in every single night.
Doug, Josh, as Ian.
RJ, how are you, sir?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. So, in a short answer, why will you, Scottie, and Brandon work together?
We're all unselfish players, and we're trying to win.
Good answer.
That's really what it is. If you're trying to win, you'll do the right things.
What's up, RJ? How's it going?
Good.
Scottie was in here earlier, and one of the things he said was that you guys as a team have a lot to prove this year. Do you sense that kind of chip on your shoulder mentality, both like individually and collectively as a team? And how do you think that can help bring out the best in you guys this year?
I just want to give a quick shout out to our new members while RJ's talking. I apologize, I'm going to flash this on screen, but shout outs to all of you, man.
Absolutely. Definitely a huge chip on our shoulder. And I love it. I think just from being in the league and kind of being in this spot before, this is one of the most fun times is when you have a team like this where people kind of don't know what to expect or don't expect much, and you kind of just go and just surprise everybody. And we put in the work, so we're very confident going in.
As Ian, Vivek, and then John.
RJ, how you doing? Over the last, over your entire career, you've had a chance to play different roles in New York and in Toronto. What do you think this season brings for you in terms of a different role? Like, how does that look compared to other seasons that you've had?
Well, it's no secret. You add Brandon Ingram into the mix, it changes things. We're not gonna hide from that. What I would say is, for myself, I've seen it across, from the time I was in high school into college, to the NBA. I've always played with, good players. So I think the thing about myself is I'm able to adapt, and I just want to win. So however it shapes out for us, the goal is winning, and that's what's important.
Hey, we haven't heard the word winning a lot since Masai Ujiri left. Thank you, RJ Barrett, bringing it back.
I don't really honestly worry about myself too much. I think it's a gift that I've been blessed with that, kind of doesn't really matter who's out there. I find a way to affect the game in different ways.
Ian, Vivek, John, Michael.
Welcome,
RJ,
Mike.
Ian, you're right over here. Just curious what you think of the idea of a U.S. versus the world all-star format and how that might play out.
They do stuff like that. There's like a Nike Hoop Summit game in high school. I played in that. Whereas that's the format. It's fun. That's where I met guys like Isaiah Hartenstein and stuff like that. So it's cool. I think that's been a format that I can say that I've kind of played in something like that before, and I enjoyed it. It was fun. So if the NBA decides to kind of go about it that way, that's going to be something that's cool. And to be honest, I don't really care what the format is as long as I'm in the game.
Thanks. Vivek, then John, and then Michael.
Toronto going to have 3 All-Stars? Okay.
RJ, right over here. When Bobby spoke on Friday, he said that there's been conversations with you about efficiency. When you came over after the trade, you were extremely efficient. Last year, you were tasked with a lot of offensive responsibility.
Good question.
Just wondering what the keys are for you being as efficient as maybe when we first saw you come over
Yeah.
after the trade, and how much Brandon maybe can help with that?
Well, yeah. One, I think Bi being involved, just another deadly weapon for us. Something the defense has to focus on. He's going to get me more open shots. Everybody, I'm going to get him more open shots. So I think that's going to do well for our efficiency. Correct me if I'm wrong, that I shot like 46, 47%, something like that. It's not bad. It's not bad. It could be a lot worse. So yeah, but no, definitely being the most efficient we can, everybody individually and as a whole team, will definitely be going to help with that, I think.
John, Michael, Chelsea.
Hey, RJ. I've got two questions for you. The first is we've heard that the starting five has been trying to practice as much as they can together in September. What's that been like? Not just the addition of...
Just to clarify, he shot 46.8%, and he's right. It could be a lot worse because he's averaged 44.1% on his career. So that's actually a trend up on his career. The problem is his career to date has been remarkably inefficient. And the 46.8 represented an almost 8% drop from the previous year with Toronto. That being said, I don't hold it against him that he was inefficient. Scottie was even less efficient than him. The thing that I do hold against him, though, is that for back-to-back years, he shot almost 63% from the free throw line. This dude cannot make free throws in Toronto. He had gotten it up to 83% before getting traded to Toronto from New York. So in New York, he shot 61.4% as a rookie, 74.6, 71.4, 74, and 71.5. And then in his final year with New York before getting traded through 26 games, he averaged 83% from the line. Granted, 26 games, not a huge sample size, but on a pretty significant volume of 5.8 per 36 minutes. Since getting to Toronto, though, it's been 62.9 and then 63. That feels like a complex. And that feels mental. And I'm going to offer my thoughts on RJ Barrett right after this, but
of Brandon, but also you're all healthy.
Get a lot of dubs. This is what's been happening. Well, no, we're really enjoying just this time of kind of getting to work together. Like you said, injuries were kind of a big thing for us last year. There was times where even like our starting lineup from last year didn't even play together, or played like 5 games together or something like that, or had no minutes together at a certain point. So just being able to kind of work together now from early and go into the season with figuring some stuff out just puts us in a better position to be successful.
And my second question is, what are your expectations for this season?
Expectations, straight up, honestly, like I said, we're here to win. So we're not shying away from that. We're trying to get to the playoffs. We're trying to win a championship. Like we're not shying away from that. We come here to play defense, play together, and win games.
RJ, I mean, you're one of the few guys on this team now that you're year 7, I think. Is that right? Who's been in the playoffs, who's been on teams that have won playoff series. Everyone's optimistic this time of year. What do you look when you look at this team that makes you believe you could kind of get to that level?
Yeah, absolutely. I think knowing that feeling before, when I walk into this gym and I see the team that we have, I'm like, okay, like we have a squad here. We're going about it the right way. And I think that's what will pay off. Of course, there's going to be, bumps. There's going to be, ups and downs in the season. We still, like even the starting five, we still have not played a game together yet. So there's going to be things, but just the way that we go about working out, the way that we go about the weight room, the way we go about like just everything, like our mindset of playing defense and moving the ball, sharing the ball, like things like that. When you approach the game that way, good things will happen.
So go Chelsea, Samson, and then is it Marshall at the back? Yeah.
Hey, RJ over here. You know, we love to ask guys when they come here, you know, about Toronto, but obviously this is home for you, so it's a kind of different situation. My first part of the question is, do you kind of take on the leadership of when new guys come to this team to kind of be the ambassador for this city? And part two would be, how does being at home affect your mental game in the middle of a season?
Oh yeah, no, it keeps my mental good. I'm 25 minutes away. So I'm definitely happy about that. And well, I say when guys come here, I think our organization does a very good job of helping. Even when I got here, I'm from here, and they helped me out tremendously. So I think just the organization as a whole is very good with people coming here, transitioning, kind of helping people out, like taking us around, showing us where to go, what to do, different things, different events. So I think, yeah, the organization more so, I say, does a really good job of that.
And just to follow up, do you
They bring everyone to the CN Tower.
feel like a sense of pride when guys come here and they end up really loving their experience in Toronto?
I know they're gonna love the experience. How could you not love this place? I mean, so what if it gets a little cold sometimes? It's a great place.
So Samson, Marshall, and then Joseph.
I agree. As a not born Canadian, I agree. It's an awesome place.
Hey, RJ, just right here again. Two questions. The first being that Bobby, at his availability the other day, talked about getting you more attacking second side stuff. Brandon talked about how you don't even necessarily need the ball, you attract the ball. I mean, last year, I guess it was training camp, we were talking with Quickley, and he said, how good you are at cutting because you want to score. How do you feel about being positioned as a finisher in this lineup and the attention that goes to a guy like Brandon or Scottie, that a lot of it's going to come down to you and finishing plays? How do you look forward to that this season?
Trying to contain my excitement.
That's
yeah,
funny.
like I said earlier, BI being involved is another guy that can make plays. That makes it just easier on the whole team. So now when you have multiple good playmakers out there, everybody eats, and that takes a little bit of pressure off of me, Scottie, and Quick. And yeah, so now I'm also going to be in a role a lot of times with BI on the court, with Scottie and Quick on the court, where I'm the one getting open shots. I'm not complaining about getting open shots. I'm not complaining about that at all.
And the second question, even like with fans, you said you've never been a horrible defender, and yet that persists. Brandon saying that you were different than he thought. Even you saying that Brandon gets to the rim easier than you thought. Where do you think these misconceptions come from? Not just from how fans see you guys, but how
Lazy analysis. I'll save you that one.
you guys see each other.
Fans, I will say, not specifically you guys, but you guys, and as well as sometimes even like everybody has a scout before the game. Sometimes certain players, just be like, well, don't let him go left. Every time he goes left, he's not trying to pass the ball. So now that's just what players are thinking. If I'm 100% sure somebody has said that about me on a scout before. So if that's what you're hearing, then, that kind of builds up in your head,
So we'll go to Marshall at the very back, and then Joseph.
Hi, RJ. What's going on over here? So with the team getting healthier, your role might change next season. And with all the rumors going on, how do you stay so focused and ready with all of this?
Translation, how do you feel about the fact that a lot of people think you're about to get traded?
I think I stay focused and ready by I'm not just a one-dimensional player. I can kind of do a little bit of everything. So I think that's one of my superpowers. Kind of talking about Bobby was saying, getting either like attacking and finishing and stuff like that, like just different things. My game's going to be a little more different than it was last year, but I think that I'm very excited for this year and that challenge just to grow to be more complete and be a two-way player, and it's just going to be a lot of fun.
Okay, Joseph, and then we're going to go to our friends Patrick and Mike in French.
Hey RJ, when you mentioned being excited, like walking in here today and saying, you know, like looking at the squad, like we got a squad, you also said, and we do it the right way. And I was just curious what you meant by that, like what doing it the right way for this team is.
We don't have egos over here. Everybody wants to win, you know, and that's coming from me, who's probably one of the most confident guys you've ever met in your life. We have.
I'll plead the fifth on that.
Have players that are here with a good mindset of coming into to help the team win, and it's not just about any single like individual player. I think that's what you need. So that way we can have conversations with each other. We can talk to each other like, yo, you're messing up right there. And it's no hard feelings, you know. We need that that commitment to team excellence. Passing the ball is a huge thing. You know, when I've been on teams where the ball doesn't move and then nothing happens after that. Nobody cares. And now everybody's just every man for themselves. So it's great to be on a team where, you know, we move the ball and we play defense, and like we care about each other, honestly. Like we're all friends, like we all hang out, like everything's cool. Like things are just the way the Raptors do things is the right way. And I think that's why, you know, we'll have some success.
Okay, go for it, Patrick.
Okay, bonjour RJ.
I'm gonna skip over the French ones. I apologize to anyone who actually speaks French. My French is okay, but probably not good enough to translate both answers. Although honestly, RJ's French is pretty himself, so maybe like the questions would be very simple. He'll just be like, "Merci beaucoup." Okay, hang on. Sorry, I feel bad.
Et puis je travaille sur le basket beaucoup, mais je travaille sur tout. C'est pas une chose que je travaille. Alors ça c'est bien. Et BI, il va être très bien pour nous. Je suis très content. Ouais.
Go ahead, Mike.
Salut RJ. Ma question,
Je suis très content. Ok.
c'est depuis que tu es arrivé à Toronto, les 2 saisons n'ont pas été très compétitives. À quel point tu es excité cette année de enfin avoir une équipe compétitive pour aller jouer les playoffs comme tu l'as dit?
Ouais, très excité pour ça. Tu sais.
You've been here for 2 years. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong. You've been here for 2 years. You haven't been to the playoffs. Are you excited for the playoffs? And he says, yes, I'm excited. Is that correct?
On veut gagner, on doit gagner. Ça, c'est... Je suis ici pour gagner les matchs, pour aller aux playoffs. Alors, ouais, on est tous très excités pour cette année. I'm the French guy now, aren't I?
Bro, okay, I say this as someone who lived in Paris for a little bit, whose French is super rusty. Your French needs work, my guy. If you're gonna be the French guy, you gotta bring some boucher to this, man. And if I'm not mistaken, there has to be another player who speaks French, right? Does Ulrich speak French? Am I wrong about that?
I am the French guy, yeah.
You sure are. Okay. C'est fini.
Oh, merci.
Oh my God. C'est fini. Okay. Ulrich, yes. Ulrich speaks French. Joe speaks. So Ulrich is the French guy. So let's just be clear about that, RJ. You are not the French guy. Ulrich is the French guy. Okay. Some thoughts on this interview real quick. Let me be careful about how I say this, okay? He knows what's up, bro. He's not stupid. He knows that he doesn't have a contract going beyond this year. He sees Yak got extended. He's not a dumb guy, okay? He's a smart guy. He knows what he's been asked to do. Now, here's my issue with this, okay? And I'm going to say this honestly as I can. You weren't efficient last year. Neither was Scottie. Frankly, most people on the team were not efficient. The only people who could really say they were efficient, probably IQ and Yak. Maybe Jacoby relative to rookies. Gradey wasn't efficient. Scottie was definitely not efficient. And RJ wasn't efficient. Having to haggle on 47% could be worse. To me, rubs me the wrong way. There's really no need. Okay? 1. 2, This idea of like, where does it come from that I'm a bad defender? Your play on the court dictates that you're a bad defender. My film breakdowns tell me that you're a bad defender. The analytics tell me you're a bad defender. Defensive on-off data tells me you're a bad defender. You're not a good defender. Even at your absolute best, as I continuously praise you for, putting together a better effort, it's only compared to your piss poor effort before. So sitting here and blaming the media, this would be like if Scottie Barnes came out and said, well, my 26% pull-up jump shooting could be worse. I mean, yeah, but could it really? You know what I mean? There has to be some accountability here. Now, I'll tell you, I'll frame this back to an interview that I did yesterday with John, right? And again, John's the trainer for AJ DeBonsa. We were talking a lot about AJ DeBonsa and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, right? Two very highly recruited guys, two, 5-star type of players, two lottery picks. Definitely AJ going lottery next year. I think he's going to be the best player in collegiate basketball next year. BYU going to make him a different dude. And the thing about Shai and the thing about AJ that I really appreciate about those two players is they really do not gas up their weaknesses. They don't run from their weaknesses. They'll say, I'm a bad defender. RJ always has some sort of like thing to say about it. Like, I'm really not that bad a defender. Like, yeah, you are. Like, this is true. This is not my opinion. I don't think you're a bad defender because I value different things on the court. You just objectively bad at defense. You don't guard the rim well. You're not great at point of attack. You have terrible off-ball tendencies. And quite frankly, you're not very switchable. So what is it that you do well on defense? You're a pretty decent rebounder for your position. Sure. But defensively, you're landlocked to like the small forward. If I put you on a guard, you're getting blown by. You have stiff hips. Your lateral quickness is not great. Your hand-eye coordination is always not great. There's a lot of things. If I wanted to dissect his, like, don't get me started on this. Like, if I make a RJ defensive, film breakdown, whew, you have a lot of time hiding behind this. It's some fucking conspiracy. It ain't a conspiracy. It ain't a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. You're a bad defender. And to me, you're a bad defender precisely because you don't know you're a bad defender. You're inefficient precisely because you don't realize you're inefficient. I like when players own up to their weaknesses. This is a big, big thing with me with young players. I want to know that you know your weaknesses, because if you don't know your weaknesses, you're telling me a lot about yourself. One, you're telling me you're not interested in really getting better. You interested in preserving your ego. One, so cap on there's no ego. Ego is admitting you don't have weaknesses, is not acknowledging your weaknesses. If I came up here and told you that I am a completely emotionally balanced person who never crashes out on anybody, and it's not my fault that I crash out. Why is the chat so annoying? It's not my fault that I crashed out on PC. Well, why is Ox annoying me? Why is Real Talk annoying me? Why is Swiper so annoying? No, man. The people who really get better in life tend to focus on what they can control. You can't control the media. You can't control the scout. What you can control is working on your right hand. And what I see with RJ is a lot of left-handed drives. What I see with RJ is a lot of poor finishes in the paint. For a guy who gets downhill as well as he does, your paint finishing efficiency is some of the worst in the league. That's the truth. That's not me ripping you. That's the truth. And running from the truth does not fix your life at all. If you're a crash out, own up that you're a crash out. If you're inconsistent, own up that you're inconsistent. I cannot stand it. It's like, this is the number one trait that I cannot stand in people personally, is a lack of accountability for what you've done. If you need to manipulate the facts, manipulate the data, invent conspiracies to justify why you have earned a reputation that you have clearly earned. Scottie Barnes is a poor three-point shooter, is not a reputation earned by narratives. I mean, I would say it's a little misunderstood. His three-point shooting difficulty, all that stuff. Gradey has been disappointing as a shooter is not something that's a conspiracy. Relative to expectations, he's been disappointing as a shooter. These are facts. Scottie, sometimes can get into a little bit of ego preservation too with the defense stuff. I don't want to just say it's all RJ. The guy who's really, to me, clearly showing that he is the most, clear with himself is Yak. Yak is showing me he's very clear with himself. Jamal Shed is very clear with himself. Jacoby is very clear with himself. These three guys, very clear with themselves. Scottie will sometimes gas up his own defensive impact. You'd be like, yes, I came into the league as a great defender. No, you didn't. You were good. You weren't great. So I don't know about that. But Scottie has a pretty realistic perspective of his offense. I think he gasses up his own defensive impact because he fancies himself as like this great defender, and he's just not that great right away. Last year was the first year I can say he was truly in the upper echelon of defenders in the league. So it took him 4 years to get there, but I get why he thinks he's great because he has so many tools and he tries so hard. But just because you try hard at something doesn't mean you're great at something. So that's something I'll say with Scottie too. Like sometimes he can maybe get a little bit lost in his own mind and see himself as better than he really is at certain things. A certain amount of confidence is important. A certain amount of confidence is very important. Or RJ said, like, you've never met a guy more confident than me. I've never met a confident person who had to tell you that they were confident. Personally, it's very and this kind of comes back to something that we were talking about yesterday on the AJ interview, which is how did you earn your confidence? Right? Sometimes people fake modesty. I'm not a big fan of faking modesty. I'm really not. If you with it. If you're about it, be about it, right? If you're balling, be balling. Like don't tell me you're poor and stuff like that. No. If you got a special skill, let me know about your special skill. I really don't believe in false modesty. That being said, a lot of people like to appear confident. A lot of people have an addiction to telling people that they're confident and appearing confident because they want to appear as confident to themselves. And so they put up this facade of confidence, and they have some trained habits in terms of what confidence is supposed to look like. You're supposed to keep shooting. You're not supposed to hold your head down. You're not supposed to show emotion. You're not supposed to show vulnerability. That's not necessarily confidence. Confidence is pretty bulletproof. Confidence is earned, though. Confidence is earned through reflection, right? So who is the next press conference? It will be Immanuel Quickley. It will be Immanuel Quickley, and we are finally caught up. Wait, what? Uh-oh. I apologize. I had pressed pause. Pause. My bad. There we go.
Start with Ryan here.
Hey, Emmanuel, welcome back. How do you move on from a season like last year? Must have been tough, missing so many games. Like, how do you move on from that and get right for this year? And just how excited are you for kind of like a new slate?
I'm very excited. Anytime you get a chance to go back to the summer, go back to the drawing board, look where you can be better. Obviously missed a lot of games, injuries, stuff like that. But anytime you can go back, like I said, and just work from the foundation, see where you need to get better and see where you can improve. I'm always excited for that part of basketball.
Thanks so much. We'll go to Adam next, and then to John.
Hey, Emmanuel. I'm wondering, just from a personal standpoint, how do you see yourself in terms of just measuring up against other players in the NBA, and sort of what are your goals? Do you have goals to be an all-star? Or do you have goals to be anything more than that? And sort of
Four
what are you
all-stars?
looking to show yourself this season?
That's a great question. Anytime I'm on the floor, I look to be the best. I look to dominate every night that I'm on the floor, whether that's scoring, passing, defending. I feel like I'm very versatile in that way. I can lead a game with defense, lead a game with leadership, lead a game with scoring, passing, creativity. So in that aspect and individual goals, I want to be the best all-star, whatever. But all that comes with, trying to win. I feel like the way that you get individual stuff is your team winning. And so we got to have that mindset.
John, then Doug, and then Sean.
Hey, Emmanuel, welcome back. I've got two questions for you. The first is, we've heard that the starting five have been practicing together as much as they can this past month. What's that been like for you as the point guard, and also because you did miss some time last year?
It's been great. I think a lot of us didn't really get to play together. Well, obviously BI wasn't with us, but a lot of us didn't get to play together on the floor, real meaningful minutes. So it was good to be able to just, play a lot with them.
It's worth noting that when they did play together, they were pretty much awful.
And then as a point guard, honestly, just as a basketball player, being able to see what works, what maybe we got to talk about on the floor, how I fit in offensively, defensively. Obviously we have a lot of scoring talent on this team. So how I can kind of, make everybody kind of mesh together, what style we play best. I think playing fast is going to be big for us this year. So unselfishness is going to be big for us this year. I think that, those are some of the things that, I've learned so far.
My second question is, we know you love reading. What
I
were
love
some
what?
reading?
Reading, yeah.
What were some of your favorite books that you read this summer?
My favorite book always is always the Bible. Always got to stay locked in on that. And then I read
W,
Don't
I
Believe
Q.
Everything You Think. I'm still on that right now. That's been a good book for me. I think a lot of people should read that.
Doug, Sean, and then Vivek.
Hey, Emmanuel, so Doug, you left. Everybody's sort of intrigued by the combinations of RJ, Scottie, and Brandon. When you've seen them on the court in this last month, what jumps out to you, and what that would be confident in that they will succeed?
I think obviously everybody sees the offensive talent, but I think defensively is where we can really be good, really be scary. You got 3, 6, 7 to 6, 9 guys that can switch, guard 1 through 4. Scottie probably can guard 5. And I think that's something that a lot of teams don't have at that 2 through 4 position. Being that's kind of where the NBA is going anyway. Guys that can play on, off the ball, guard 1, 2, and 3, 4, being able to switch. So I think that's something that our team, especially those 3 guys, can benefit from.
Sean, Vivek, then Michael.
Hey, IQ. I wanted to ask, where do you feel like your game sits right now in terms of the ins and outs of playing point guard of the position? Obviously last year was supposed to be your first one with the keys to the offense. Didn't quite work out that way all year. But in terms of just the point guard stuff, is there anyone you're drawing inspiration from around the league? How do you feel about that part of your game as you come into this year?
Is that Sean Woodley? Oh, Lord. Okay. Quick thing. He didn't turn the ball over a lot, which is probably the one feather in his cap. He's upped his assist rate almost 100% from New York, and he's not turned the ball over. He's relatively effective as a passer. However, he's not dynamic as a passer. He's just kind of just hot potatoing it around. He's very simple. He doesn't bend defenses like Darius Garland. He's not innovative, creative with his passes. And that type of creation and second vision passing is what is required. Now, luckily for him, I don't think he's his first best passer on his team. I don't think he's the second best passer on this team. I don't think he's the third best passer on this team. I don't think he's the fourth best passer on this team. The best passers on this team ranked: Scottie, BI, RJ, Jamal Shed, him. He's the fifth. He's the fifth best playmaker on this team. I really, really hope he buys into an off-ball role. I really do. I understand that there's value in having him with the basketball because of the pull-up threat, but his off-ball versatility will open up drives for RJ, drives for Scottie, drives for BI, and he is singular in his movement shooting because he's the only guy in the starting lineup who can do it. So if he's not willing to be off the ball, nobody can do for him what he can do for everybody else. BI is a good shooter. RJ's had moments. Scottie's had moments. None of them can bend a defense off the move like he can. So in order for this to work, he has to agree to do what Fred VanVleet wouldn't do in order to accommodate, unfortunately, better teammates like BI and Scottie. This guy has to get off the ball. Now, I'm not saying get off the ball in the sense that, and I think the Raptors have a workaround this, and I'll tell you what the workaround is. They're going to grab and go with all 4 of their perimeter players, and also CMB, and also Jacoby, and also Gradey, and also Mobo. So the rule of the offense right now is whoever gets it, go. Mamu, go. Yak, go. Maybe Yak is the only guy who maybe you're asking to pass, but everybody else is a capable ball handler. So boom, right? But your assessments are based on the past. Maybe they have improved. Well, improved on what? Emmanuel Quickley is not going to magically develop forward vision with basketball. This is not something that people pick up this late in life. He's played this game at a very high level for over a decade. This isn't something that just develops with players. You can get marginally better with it, but if you never had it, you can't get it this late. You're definitely not getting it to the point of Scottie and BI. You're not going to be that dude. So you can be connective, but it doesn't shift the defense enough. It doesn't generate clean enough advantages. And, you can look at the 3.3 to 1 assist to turnover ratio, But the truth is, you're not turning it over because you're not trying things that better point guards try all the time.
I think my game is unique, man. Everybody talks about point guard. Obviously, I have the ball in my hands a lot, and I have the capability of having the ball in my hands down the stretch throughout the game. But just understanding, and I've learned this from being in the NBA, I've learned this from playing with other great players at the University of Kentucky, is that you can affect the game in other ways than just scoring. You can kind of be able to play off the ball sometimes, and I feel like that's where my strength is in my versatility.
I'm really happy to hear him say this. I'm really happy to hear him say this. Trust me. Like, if he's walking into the season thinking that he's going to be Jose Calderon or Ricky Rubio, we're in some very big trouble. But I'm really glad to hear him saying this.
My basketball IQ, and just being able to play off other players. I feel like that's something that I've been able to, and now in year 6, I've been able to see what keeps you in the league, how you can excel in the league. And I think that's one of the things that I've learned being in the NBA, being a point guard, things like that.
Defense, playing off the ball, shooting, pull-up jump shooting, movement shooting. This will keep you in the league into your 30s, past your next contract, if he can do it. He's also a very good ball handler. He's also pretty decent in the floater range, or at least historically has been, although he hasn't been for the Raptors. He doesn't get to the rim enough. He's really fast, but he doesn't see the court like Ingram and Scottie. Like he doesn't. It's hard to describe basketball IQ to people, but I swear to God, when you see it, you know what it looks like, right? It doesn't have to look like Jokic. It doesn't have to look Magic, Luka, LeBron. It doesn't have to look like that. But the idea of generally knowing how what you do with your left hand is tilting the floor on the right. And again, I hope that there's a little bit of a pause between these so I can break this down a little bit for y'all. But I'm glad to hear him saying off-ball stuff.
Hey, Emmanuel.
Sorry. Do you have a follow-up, Vivek? Is it you now? Sorry.
Hey, Emmanuel. Just wanted to ask you about a couple of things that you set as goals at the end of last season. You said you wanted to be able to take more threes and also get stronger. I was wondering how much stronger you're feeling right now, and also averaging 7 threes a game as a Raptor. Do you have like?
I only took 7 a game.
Yeah. Do you have a specific goal in terms of how many you want to take this season?
I'm scared that you don't know that.
I think with our team, especially like the type of attention that guys like RJ, Scottie, BI are going to get, I think I can get 10. And I think a lot of them will probably be more catch and shoot, probably more than the last 2 years. This past 2 years, a lot of them been off the dribble. But I think more of them will probably be catch and shoot, on the move. And then to your point about getting stronger, spent a lot of time on the track this summer. So I've been trying to, up the condition a little bit. And then every season I look to get stronger every summer. And I always take that part of my game serious. Even though I look a little skinny, I feel like, I'm a little strong. So.
Michael, then Eric, then Samson.
Hey, IQ down front. Do you feel like you've been slept on a little bit coming into the season, having missed so much time last year, and then Raptors obviously, the first year you're here in New York or in Toronto was kind of.
Please ask him about ESPN not ranking him in the top 100. I would love to see him crash out over that.
Of a write-off just for where the team was headed. Do you feel people maybe forgot a little bit why you got the deal you did and how excited people were?
They forgot about Quick.
Yeah, I'm always excited because I always play with that chip on my shoulder. I love when people doubt me. I look forward to it. It's always an opportunity when people, look past you or don't think you can do something. It's always an opportunity to prove them wrong, but also prove yourself right. I know how much I put into the game. I don't skip steps. I take everything serious. And I'm looking forward to this year. It's going to be a great year.
Hey, IQ, welcome back. At the beginning, you listed 9-10 things that you can do on the floor, and obviously you're going to need to do all those things at different points. But for this team specifically, what do you think are the 1 or 2 things that you specifically really need to bring to make sure this team can reach its potential?
Movement shooting, defense.
2, 3 things. I think the main thing is leadership. I'm going to have to bring that vocal leadership to this team. I feel like obviously guys can lead in different examples by their work, but I think this team, we have to be collectively, vocally, like talking to each other. It's better for someone to say the wrong thing than for anybody to say nothing at all. We're very talented, but we're going to have to find that toughness of talking to each other, talking on the floor. So that leadership part, I think on the court, obviously the shooting, this team is very good offensively, get into the rack, mid-ranges, and I have to bring that outside threat for us for sure.
Defense. Please say
having
defense.
gravity on offense to where defenses have to put 2 guys on me. I can get other guys open.
Good stuff.
And then
Defense.
I think those are the main 2 things. And then obviously, I think defense is
Thank
gonna be big
you.
for me this year as well. Trying to set that tone and trying to help my teammates also have that tone of having a defense mindset first.
Samson and then Will.
Yeah, IQ, just over here. You mentioned the defense. You mentioned hitting the track a lot. The team is obviously going to ask you to put a lot of pressure, if not 94 feet, 90, 58, something like that. How do you feel about how you're equipped to do that over a really long season? And secondly, in regards to you mentioning your catch and shoot numbers going up, last year you had to spend a lot of time floating in case there was a reset in the offense. How do you envision your role changing in terms of how you spend your time off ball as opposed to last season?
I'd probably say, sorry.
Good questions. The second one might have been a little bit big brain, though.
All right, one more time. The first part of the question was to
ball pressure.
Ball pressure, yeah. I think the ball pressure, I'm still learning it. You know, Darko and the coaches are on me all the time about, because this is probably not only new for me, but probably new for everybody. You know, NBA is usually everybody thinks we don't play hard or whatever, but that's like the stigma around the NBA. But that, like I said, been on the track, played all summer, so just trying to up the conditioning and just trying to be in tip-top shape. And then your second question was about?
So floating in case the offense had to reset to you, whereas now there's a few more
Right.
cooks in the kitchen, where you're spending your time off ball and how you're being utilized.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, I feel like one of my strengths is my versatility. When I'm training in the offseason, obviously I'm training to like make reads and be a point guard or whatever, but most of it is training to put the ball in the basket. So I learned how to do that in different ways, on the ball, off the ball. The guys that I've played with, that I've been in the league, I've played with some of the best players in the NBA that I've been in the league now for 6 years. So just learning how to play off them, play with them, be aggressive at the same time, while also trying to make it mesh. So I think that's something that I've learned to be really well with.
Last question to Will.
Hey, IQ. I wanted to know what you've seen out of the young guys. They seem to be really close. They've been playing a lot as a unit. And I'm assuming if you guys have been practicing together as a starter unit, how those battles between the starters and the bench have gone. Like who's won those?
I guess we're going on the open gym episode, the cold open of Jamal Shed. Okay.
Those matchups.
It's been great. I feel like we've probably got the best out of them a little bit, but they don't back down at all. I feel like that's where they're going to be great at. And I'm sure a lot of our starting guys will play with guys that are coming off the bench, but we're gonna need everybody.
Tell them the truth, IQ. You abusing that second unit, man. All rookies, second-year players. Gradey Dick. Come on.
And I feel like that's what the strength of our team is definitely our whole team. And I think that the guys coming in will bring great energy, bring great toughness, defense, and to the point of 94 feet, I'm going to need a lot of those guys to help me out with that for sure, Jamal and Jacoby and all them guys. So it'll be great.
Great. Thanks very much, Emmanuel.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Not even that. It's just Messi's.
And then you got Bloor Danforth. Bloor Danforth, okay? Danforth, that's where I'm from, Greektown. That's my hood. And then you got the C line, which is the Shepherd line. So A line.
Bloor Danforth is not a hood.
Bloor Danforth. C line for Shepherd. Don't reveal your answer yet. All right. Now, here's another one.
Okay, I'm just going to mute this. I don't care about this anymore. Okay, so I liked what IQ was talking about, man. I do. Overall, really Emmanuel Quickley, right? I like this idea of him embracing, the pressure. And again, like when you have an intention of actually following through on things, you take a little bit more time to seriously consider the implications of those things, right? Like we've all met the person in our lives who has no intention of being there on time. But when you have somebody who does intend to be on time, they get specific, right? If you ask somebody, we need you to pick up 94 feet, and they have no intention of picking up 94 feet, they don't even do the work to do it. He has done the work. He's done a lot of work. And the one thing I'll say about Immanuel Quickley, and this is the thing that had me really high on him when the Raptors traded for him, and this is what's kept me high on him, even though there are some glaring deficiencies, and even though I do agree that with the consensus that he's a little bit overpaid and the team has not had a lot of success and he might not be a real point guard. There's a lot of debates on that one. I acknowledge the work that this guy puts in. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that he is, generally speaking, a really hard worker who seeks out advice. Like, I can tell you from just talking to a couple people around him that he's somebody who always wants to surround himself with the people who can tell him the truth. And again, I think that's a hallmark of successful people is, are you willing to surround yourself with people who will tell you the truth as opposed to people who gas you up? One. Two, do you understand your strengths and weaknesses based on those conversations, based on those people? He clearly does. Defense, leadership, 100%. How can your point guard not talk? Like, you need your point guard to talk constantly. You need, because that sets the tone, right? Scottie can do a lot of talking because he's like a little bit like a point guard himself. But, you know, BI is naturally quiet as fuck, right? Jakob is naturally quiet. You need loud people. Like, you need loud communicators on the court. And when BI and Scottie are talking, RJ and RJ and Ingram and all these guys, they're going to talk too. Jacoby's talkative. Gradey's quiet. On the court, you need 4 to 5 players who are going to lead communication and set the new normal. I'm assuming everyone who's played basketball, you've played on a loud team that talks constantly defensively. You've also probably played on a very quiet team, one that doesn't really put in that emphasis on communication, doesn't really put in the emphasis on, you know, making sure that everybody is just connected and people are helping and people are calling out switches very loudly, even though the switch is obvious. My man, switch. This stuff is very important because in a big game, this is the thing that's going to be the difference between 2 to 3 points swing. And in a big game, if you want to be a good team, you have to talk. You have to talk constantly, offensively, defensively, off the court. Communication is the lifeblood of organizational success, whether it comes to basketball, whether it comes to anything. And this emphasis that BI, IQ, Jamal Shed, you've got so many leaders on this team who are doing it their own way. Yak is a leader. Shed is a leader, right? There can only be one leader in terms of like the media, like who you see as the leader, and that's probably going to be Scottie. But everybody has to do their job in leading, right? Maybe CMB is your defensive communicator on the second unit. Maybe Scottie is your defensive communicator, your shouter, like the guy you can hear from, because he's got this really great habit that he picked up at a young age where he talks very loud defensively. So maybe those guys are communicators defensively, and that's their leadership position. Maybe Jamal Shed is a leader because he's able to have the difficult conversations or arrange meetings. Kyle Lowry was a leader because he would arrange little team functions for guys to be at when they were on the road. Like these small things to keep you connected, man. Basketball is a team sport. You got to be connected. You got to be connected. And we've seen it in Raptorland when we have teams that are not connected. An example would be the last year of Andrea Bargnani. That team was super disconnected. The first year of Andrea Bargnani, the team was super connected. Bargnani was connected to Jose and Jorge. They had a Jorge, Bargnani connection from overseas. He was close with Anthony Parker. He was close with Rasan Esterovic. So there was like a connection there of integrating the rook. There was a little bit of connection with Roko Leniukic, which was really good, or Slokar. So it was like a little bit of a European flavor thing going on with the Toronto Raptors in 06-07. But then Chris Bosh had TJ Ford. They could always have a conversation. So even though you had kind of a cliquish, Jose meets the veterans, the 3 veterans that really made that team click, Anthony Parker, I would say Anthony Parker, Jorge Garbajosa, TJ Ford. Those guys were great communicators. That's what made it work. You want to talk about 2014. You want to talk about We the North. Who's a great communicator on that team, right? Gradey Vasquez. Gradey Vasquez comes in and immediately talk. Everyone's talking. He's able to pull it all together. And these are the secret ingredients. That's the secret sauce. You want to win a championship? Marc Gasol, Serge Ibaka, Danny Green, some of the best communicators, period. They're not leaving anything in the air. If there's a minor fucking thing, they're talking about it. If someone gets out of line, they're talking about it. If two guys need to talk and have a conversation, they're talking about it. They're making sure that conversation happens. Teams that don't have this fall apart. So I think that, IQ being a leader, because he is emotionally sensible and he has a prominent position on this team and he's a very good basketball player, if he can embrace that role, it will help tremendously to take pressure off of Scottie and Yak to do it, right? And it will help. It will help tremendously, right? So anyways, I just wanted to kind of express that. Hey, J-Mo, what's up, man?
Okay. You already did your presser? Did you already do your press conference?
No, not yet.
Can I give you a word to sneak into your press conference?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Just for fun. I would love it if what's one I haven't used yet? If you can use the word dinosaur, do you think that's possible?
Yeah, that's.
Stay tuned for dinosaur.
But I say, yeah, y'all gonna have to really see how I really put that in there.
Yeah, I want to see this. This is like writing an essay.
Yeah.
Okay, quickly though, I've been asking the guys because you've been here a little bit now, how much of a Toronto man they are. So I got some rapid fire questions. Could you grab that whiteboard right there?
Yeah.
Right beside you. Cool. Write down your answers. Question number 1: which subway line takes you directly to Scotiabank? Have you ever taken the subway?
No.
See, this is just a guesswork. For you.
Okay.
Line 1, Young University. Line 2, Bloor Danforth, that's B. And line C, and option C is line 4, Shepherd. So option A is Young University.
Oh, okay.
Option B, Bloor Danforth. Option C, Shepherd. It's not C. I promise you it's not C. So pick out the two left. Okay.
Right.
All right. Now you get
Ryan,
the rest of your
to answer your question, no.
Okay. Reveal them at the end. All right. What is Toronto's area code?
Oh my God, get past this, bro.
Am I writing it down?
Write it down. Write it down. Calling me. Hold on. Let me put my phone on mute.
I like the ringtone though.
Respect. So professional. All right, and then name Toronto's main airport. You're flying in that thing all the time. Accept the 3 letters that it's the designation, but I want the last name. If I
Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't stand fake people, and this shit is just it's frying my brain. It's really frying my brain.
get it. Okay. You got that? Okay. Who was the first Raptor to ever make an NBA All-Star team?
If you get this wrong one more time, I'm
Was
gonna
it
fucking
Vince
snap.
Carter, Chris Bosh, Antonio Davis, or Damon Stoudemire?
Say that one more time.
Chris Bosh, Vince Carter, Antonio Davis, or Damon Stoudemire?
Vince.
Oh, this is like
first. Who's the first?
Oh, first.
First.
Come on, J-Mo.
Think about the timeline.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
Damon was here a lot earlier than Antonio. Antonio was here before Chris, but Vince was here before him.
I got my answer.
Okay, let me see it. Is Jonathan Mobo a Toronto man?
Are you a Toronto man?
Okay, I'm already upset, and I'm already okay. First off, yes, A, Young University. I basically gave him that. I'm not even sure what this is. 902. Our G League team is 905, and our area code is 416.
Oh my God!
So I don't know what this is. I'm gonna revoke your Toronto card for just a second.
You can
change Leafs. That's good. That's good. That's good. YYZ. That's good. That's good. That's good. Vince.
Incorrect.
Incorrect. You want a second guess?
I'm okay. Please, for God's sake, I know somebody who knows him. You know what? I'm gonna write. Hang on. I gotta help him. Like, what the fuck? Okay, hang on. I gotta write an email because at this point, it's just getting embarrassing. You got so many people. Somebody, please, for the love of God, bro. Correct this man. Hang on. I gotta write him a message. Jesus. Okay.
And you got Antonio Davis, you got David Stoudemire, and who am I missing here? Chris Bosh.
Stoudemire.
All right. On that note, wrong again.
Yeah, don't do it.
Wrong again.
Don't do
Okay. Mute that. As the Toronto mans would say, nice that. Okay. Is it nice it? Is it nice that? Okay. Jesus Christ, man. Tough. That's crazy. For real, man. The same trivia wrong every time. Come on. Like, hey, Jamal Shed. Shout outs. I don't even want to listen to it. I can't listen to it anymore. Akil, check your phone. Jesus.
The Raptors are coming. I'm like, Jamal's here.
Yeah, I'm always active. I'm always active. I love being out here, man.
He's active. So like we've been doing the whole Toronto man thing, like a couple of trivia questions, but because I know you be in the city, tell me what was the highlight for the summer, like around the streets?
Man,
what'd you get into? Dinners, restaurants?
So I wasn't really here much this summer.
Because you guys went to Spain.
We went to Spain, LA. I hosted.
We
in
missed
Austin.
you. We missed you.
I know, man. I got to spend my summer here next.
Yeah, it's a bet.
Yeah,
I'm gonna organize some events for
bet.
you.
I got to do better.
Okay. All right. So here's what we need to do, though. I need you to grab that whiteboard.
Okay.
I've been comparing your teammates' knowledge of the city, and I want to see where you rank. I feel like you're the most Toronto guy here, outside of like AJ.
That don't count.
obviously.
Yeah, that don't count. Yeah, that,
But I feel like you've embraced the city to a tremendous degree.
for sure.
The first one might be outside your tax bracket, though. Which subway line takes you directly to Scotiabank?
See, if you was to ask my brother this,
He would know.
he would know. He's taking it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You could call a friend. You want to call your brother?
I don't have my phone.
Okay, never mind. All right. Okay, here's the deal.
that would have been fire.
That would have been fire. I'm gonna give you three options. Is it line one?
Okay.
Okay, so that's Young University, right? Young Street
Young
University,
Street.
right? Then line two is Blue or Danforth.
That's not it.
That's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, that's
right?
not it.
And then the line four is Shepherd.
It got to be line one.
Correct.
It has to be line one.
Okay,
None
so
of those
you're in
other
good
ones are
shape.
mine.
You're in good shape.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is a
here.
big one though.
I'm
This
locked
this one's kind of make or break for me personally. What is Toronto's area code? So yeah, Jacoby said 902, which was blasphemous.
Is it not 905?
See now
That's Saga, huh?
That's Saga.
That's Saga.
Well, at least
okay.
you got the numbers right.
Yeah,
You know?
that's
He
not
said
902.
902.
I don't know.
Think about
area
Toronto.
code.
What is the city called?
6. You got to be 6 something.
I'll help you out. So there's two of them. So here's what we've got.
Okay.
Okay. So like new guys, when you come to the city, like they got extra area codes. So
Okay.
new guys get 647. So guys were writing 647 like crazy.
All right.
But if you're an OG Toronto man like me,
Right.
you got a 416 number. Write that down. Tell your people. You know what I'm saying? When you call the phone company, tell them I don't want a 647.
You see there's 3 lines under it for a reason. I want a 416.
Oh, real one.
You know
Touch me one time.
what I mean?
He's getting the 416 number. Okay. Okay. Can you name our airport?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll accept the 3 letters.
Toronto Pearson.
Boom. Bomb. Bing. All right. This one's personally close to my heart. You've been there with me
Okay.
for like Leafs games.
Okay.
But outside of the arena, there's an area. We call it Maple Leaf Square when the Leafs are playing. But when you guys are playing the playoffs, I'm out there hosting with the fans. What's the name? What do we call it?
You're talking about when we were out there with the fans.
But that
and
was
all of
that was for Leafs. So we call it Maple Leaf Square. But when it's Raptors, you're not there because you're warming up.
Right.
But what do we call it during Raptors playoff games? What do we call that area? I'm getting hit.
But still, look, since I don't know it right now,
He's never been to the playoffs in Toronto. How would he know that?
it's because we haven't been to the playoffs yet. Because
Mm.
of this year, I'm gonna learn it.
Oh, you'll learn it.
You know what I
You
mean?
might get it right if I
Mm. Yo, I love Jamal Shed.
I give you this hint.
All right, come on, lock.
Think of like
I'm gonna lock in.
Think of like the movie that most impacted the naming of this team. Think of the mid 90s.
Oh, it's Jurassic. It's Jurassic Park.
Wow,
good.
Just like that. All right, now we're gonna get you out on this one. Who was the first Raptor to ever make an NBA All-Star Game appearance? The player, Lamar Carter, Christopher Wesson Bosch, Antonio. I'm not actually sure what his middle name is. Davis. What up, Grady? And Damon Stoudemire.
Who was on the team first? Gradey.
Grady be making mad faces trying to throw you off.
Man, who was on the team first?
Who was on the team first? I'll help you with that.
Yeah, who was on
Well,
the
I mean, think about Damon Stoudemire. He would have been the first.
Yeah.
Right. And then in order, I mean, Antonio Davis would be next, and then Vince Carter. Or maybe maybe Vince came before Antonio Davis.
Damon Stoudemire was it? I think it's Damon Stoudemire.
You think it was Damon Stoudemire?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool because you're wrong.
Who was the first?
Antonio Davis.
Antonio Davis.
It's a trick question because people don't naturally assume.
That's what I wasn't, but the only person I was sure it wasn't was Vince. I knew it wasn't Vince.
Can I quickly throw one more in there?
Talk to me.
When did you find out that Jacoby cut his hair? What was your initial reaction?
Bro, so me and Cole, so you see I don't have my beard.
Yeah, I was this is really.
You know what I could have done? I could have just messaged Jamal Shed and told him what the answer was and that Akil was going to be wrong so he could school him on air because Akil ain't checking his messages.
Why I'm asking
that
you?
was
It's a
me and
gateway
Cole's
question.
thing. That was me and Cole's thing. I told him if he cut his beard, if he cut his dreads off, I'd cut my beard.
But you didn't cut your beard.
Think he was gonna cut his dreads off.
Do you know technically a mustache and goatee is considered a beard?
I mean, I was gonna keep this.
But would you ever?
Yeah, I will. I will.
When?
If me and Kobe do another bet.
Another bet?
Yeah. But he literally, I didn't think I was not gonna cut this at all. I literally didn't think he was gonna cut his hair.
He didn't even warn you.
FaceTime me one day, just ball.
Crazy. Hey, Jamal, we love you, man.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you. Enjoy yourself.
Jeez. Grady? No, I cannot message Grady. Well, I mean, I could try to message him, but it would just go to his other messages shit, and I don't think he would see it. That's crazy, man. Do people just not know this? Is this not like common knowledge? Vince Carter, greatest, first great Raptor. This is bothering me, man. It shouldn't be bothering me, but it's happened so many times throughout a 3-hour period that it's like abuse at this point. I'm just taking abuse because, oh man, yeah. Okay, check your phone, bro. Come on. This would be a great idea. Can we have trivia instead of trivia? Can we have the players tell funny, interesting stories? I promise you, their offseason is way more interesting than whether or not they know the Young and Bloor, Young line brings them to Scotiabank. Anyways, yeah, I'm to answer a question that came up earlier. No, not every single player is going to have media availability. I wish that's what it was, but I think reporters, they're very cognizant of the fact that reporters, some of them are old. They don't want to sit around for like 7 hours. They're in a different city. They want to explore. It's a good time to remind y'all that 7 days from now, the Toronto Raptors will be playing basketball. That's pretty cool. Oy vey. Here we go. Gradey Dick.
You put it in your lap. Multitask. This is skill development. All right. Oh yeah. That's a dead.
You know what? I can't even listen to this anymore. I apologize. If you really desperately want to listen to this, go on Twitter and watch it yourself. I can't listen to this shit anymore. But that all being said, they were reading the comments on Raptors feed enough to shut down the others. Why aren't they seeing the corrections? There are events. Straight up. This really is. Okay, so here's the thing. Things that bother me don't typically bother most people. I've learned this about myself, and I've kind of learned that when I have an issue with something, it's usually something that most people just brush aside. I am a fairly inflexible person, and I recently found out that a key hallmark of psychological well-adjustedness, it's not even a real word. Karen, please please don't shoot me for saying well-adjustedness. People who are well-adjusted psychologically tend to be the most flexible people psychologically. And I'm a rather inflexible person. I'm working on it. I'm learning to let things slide. There's quite a few times that someone will make a grammatical error and you'll want to correct it because there's this idea in your head that what if 8,000 people on the panel just heard somebody say something incorrect? Even facts. Like if somebody says, oh, this person shot 36% and they shot like 37.2, I'll be the first person to be like 37.2. I'm not trying to get a one up. I just don't want 8,000 people walking away with misinformation and then repeating the misinformation because they think misinformation is dangerous. But most people don't see it that way. Most people see it as 36 is basically 37. You're being an idiot. So, John Hamilton saying Gradey looks huge. Well, Akil is short and Gradey is like 6'7.5", 6'8". So yeah, Gradey does. But I think you mean like in terms of just upper body, he kind of looks the same to me.
Options. 30%, 45%, that's like your 3-point field goal average. And then 55%, that's like your general field goal average. So which one? 30, 45, or 55?
55.
Smart man. Correct.
Let's
Good
go.
answer.
How many points? 3?
That was 3. That one was difficult. All right. So now we're gonna. This one's for all the nothing that I'm gonna give you because there's no prize. Before Scotiabank Arena, what was the Raptors' home arena called? So here are the options.
Oh,
Air Canada Center.
Here are the options.
Oh, I get options.
Okay, no, but I like that groan. That meant like you're gonna actually try and answer it without the options. Go ahead, just give it like a shot in the dark if you really want. No, that's me. Air Canada Center.
Something.
Air Canada Center, Maple Leaf Gardens, or Rogers Center.
Oh. Wait, what's the first one?
Air Canada Center, Maple Leaf Gardens, or the Rogers Center.
Okay, I don't know why I'm thinking Rogers. I don't know what Rogers baseball, but
No, well, you might be thinking about heading to Vancouver for your preseason game, which is also at Rogers Arena.
That's
The
what I'm
Rogers
saying.
Arena. Is that right? It's called Rogers Arena. Correct. Thank you.
it's got to be the
Thank you,
Air.
cousin.
It's got to be Air, right? Air.
That's correct. Vincent Lamar Carter, Air
Yeah.
Canada.
Mhm.
Yeah. Air Canada Center. Ladies and
right.
gentlemen, it's a busy day. Lots going on. So I want to get you out of here. I just want to say, if you don't return to another Caravana in this city, the streets will lose their minds.
not
The
gonna
streets will lose
happen.
their minds.
You know, I'm itching to get back there. They wouldn't. We were out of town this year.
I know you're excused this
You know,
year,
I
but-
would have missed the flight on purpose to stay.
but the streets are calling for a Grady
streets
holding a
calling
bubble.
me.
Grady holding a bubble with a Toronto.
The streets are calling him. Also, I do not know if this is fake news or real news, but I saw an update the other day that the NBA has banned jersey swaps with Gradey Dick. Is this a fact? I wanted to confirm this before I actually said it. And I was just like, is Isaiah Ryder's son? There was a joke. It was like, is Isaiah Ryder's son making it to the league? And they're just trying to get ahead of it. So Dick Ryder. Of course, you know, the famous jersey swap last year was Anthony Black and Gradey Dick. Clearly this year it could be Bruce Brown having a little bit of a, you know, sense of humor about it. Vegan grassing, 100% not true. I won't say 100%. The league is weird. You think it's fact or fiction, and sometimes with the league, you never know. Good time to remind y'all there's some heavy doses of content coming your way over the next week. Obviously, we're gonna have the first post game live of the official 2025-2026 season because I consider the summer league to be a part of the previous season. My official calendar turns. This is media day. This is a new season, and so this will be the first post game live of the season. And I hope that our post game lives are very populated, very positive, very constructive, but not delusional, right? We will call it out. If there's a bad game, a bad performance, we're going to call it out. If there's a bad coaching decision, we're going to call it out. If there's a bad Scottie game, we're going to call it out. I would like to get to a point where we don't have to be pushing agendas and saving people from the truth, right? Tell the truth. Sets you free. Is this? Hey, Scottie Barnes. Okay.
Like, you know, what's been the highlight of their summer? I feel like I can guess what the highlight of your summer has been, but I'm not going to bother. You tell me. What's the highlight of your summer?
Highlight of my summer, just being in Florida, spending time with my family, enjoying it, working out.
Yeah.
That's just been a highlight of it.
Yeah,
Been
you don't have to
simple.
work. Not working is a highlight. I personally enjoy all the highlights.
I like working though.
Yeah, you got a better job than me, though, honestly.
He's
All right,
also
so I've been
better
asking
at
your
his job than
teammates
you.
two different things.
Okay.
So some of the guys whose press conferences are after, they had to pick a prompt, and if they didn't want to answer the prompt, they had to pick a word to say in the press conference.
Okay.
So you're gonna hear IQ say "lickle" in his press conference, and RJ is gonna drop Amanda in the press conference.
Oh, no, that's the easy one.
That's easy. What's a layup? I can't do that with you, but the other thing I've been doing is Toronto Man trivia. BI did horribly. IQ did amazing. We're gonna find out how much of a Toronto man SB is. All right. So first off, I think you're gonna get this one wrong because I don't think you've ever ridden the subway in Toronto.
No.
Which subway have you?
No.
Nope. Which subway line takes you directly to Scotiabank Arena? Line 1, Young University. Wink, wink. Line 2, Bloor Danforth, and line 4, Shepherd.
What's the first one?
Line 1.
What is it?
Young University.
Yeah, Young University.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My guy. 1 for 1. Sky's gonna get it perfect.
Wink, wink.
What's Toronto's area code?
416.
Hey, Scotty
A lot of
knows.
guys are saying 647.
Because some numbers are that.
Yeah,
like
the
that,
new.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, but OG Toronto man has a 416. What's our? This is crazy. Bi got this question wrong. What's our hockey team called?
No, it's the Maple Leafs.
Oh, come on. He was doing that for drama. Talk to your boy Bi. Okay, name.
What did he say?
He couldn't even come up with a hockey team. I'm not sure he knows.
He
what
hasn't
hockey
been
is.
there that long.
No.
He hasn't
Shout
been
out
there.
You're
to
gonna take him to a
Brandon
game
Ingram.
this season.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, for sure. Can you name the main airport for Toronto that you fly in and out of all the time?
YYZ.
Okay, that counts. But
Mhm.
do you know the last name? Like the guy? Starts with a P.
Oh, Toronto Pearson.
Ooh. Okay, you're perfect so far. You're perfect, Mr. Perfect.
These are easy questions that you should know. Like these are like the baseline questions.
Okay, I'm gonna come with like I'll level it up. Okay,
It's all right.
all right, let's level it up.
I've been here for like 4 years.
It's true. It's true. Year 5. Okay, so you're a vet. Okay, so then what's the nickname of the square outside the arena during Raptors playoff games where I host
You
the
talking about
fans?
the square one?
No, the square outside the arena. Like, like right, remember playoffs? We get everyone hyped. They're going crazy.
Yes.
That square right there. Next, so level up. What is that square called when it's a Raptors game? Think of like a 90s movie that resonates with the Raptors fan base. Like a Steven Spielberg movie.
I don't watch
About
movies.
dinosaurs.
Oh, Area 12.
Oh, Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
Yes.
I also too loved Area 12, the movie. Insert Area 12 footage here. And lastly, this one's a good one. Who was the first Raptor to ever make an NBA All-Star team? So you got Vince Carter, Chris Bosh, Antonio Davis, and Damon Stoudemire. Those are your 4 options. No one's gotten this right, I don't think. Maybe they have. I don't think so. Someone got it right? Gab says someone got it right. I think it was Scotty.
Let's say Antonio Davis. No.
No, Scotty, trust yourself.
Antonio Davis.
Trust your instincts.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Scottie Barnes, Toronto man. Get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Oh man, this is frying me, man. Not only are you wrong, now you're influencing him to be wrong and then celebrating him being wrong by telling him he's right. This is peak level gaslighting, bro. No, it's just lazy research. You know how long it would have taken to confirm this answer before you got going, before you decided to get on in front of thousands of people and just say the wrong thing for 3 straight hours? It would have taken you exactly 32 seconds. In fact, even shorter. We talked about Arthur Schopenhauer and knowledge and wisdom and all that stuff earlier. Do you know how long it takes to ask ChatGPT? Actually, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, bro. I'm going to do it. Fuck this shit. I don't like asking, AI for shit, but I need to prove to you how easy this shit is. And I literally just hang on. I need to confirm, because if ChatGPT tells me that it is Antonio Davis, now I know how Akil Augustine prepared for this. So hang on one second. Let me pull this up. Give me one sec.
Oh.
Okay. Who was the first All-Star in Toronto Raptors history. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT this. See what ChatGPT comes up with. Vince Carter. Bro, come on. Wasn't it AD and VC All-Star at the same time? No, it was not. So, yes, they did become All-Stars at the same time, but Vince was already an All-Star the year before. Come on now. Come on now. Lord help me. What? How are we? I thought BI already did it.
BI in the building. BI, I got a quick Toronto man test. You're officially Toronto man, yes or no?
Yeah.
Yep. Technically, you're a Toronto man. So this is the quiz to determine whether you're not your Toronto man. Okay.
I ain't gonna pass it. I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't know nothing.
We don't try. I'm gonna get the first question out because the first question is too hard. All right. So what's Toronto's area code?
Ooh.
What
is one of them 647?
Yeah, one of them 647. That's the one you guys always get. I guess all the new people get 647. If you're an OG Toronto man, it's 416.
416.
416.
I'm gonna keep that in my back pocket.
This is a layup. What's our hockey team called? Cool.
What is the point of doing trivia if you're just going to keep sneaking answers to people and not being right about it? Yo, honestly, has any person done more to destroy their own reputation and career than Akil Augustine over the last 3.5 hours? I'm not even trying to be mean.
All right, moving on. You gotta know the name of the airport. I know you're being out. What's the name of our main airport? I'll even let you give us the 3 letters if you can.
3 letters?
Like you know, they give an airport like NYC,
Like YYZ or something?
Boom.
Yeah,
There we go.
But for extra points, you know the name of the
Nah, don't.
Pearson.
Ooh,
Just so you know, just so when you send your people home,
it's just my mind going blank right now. You coming out golf.
media day.
You can't take the trivia press.
Your excuse. People love the same way, so we'll close it out with this. Who was the first Raptor ever to make an NBA All-Star team? I'm gonna give you the names. 4 options. Okay.
All right.
So there's Vincent Lamar Carter.
You said our All-Star team, right?
The first one to make an All-Star team. There's Vincent Lamar Carter, Christopher Wessenbosch, right?
Yeah.
There's Antonio Davis. I don't know his middle name. And then there's Damon Mighty Mouse Stoudemire.
Did Damon Stoudemire make an All-Star team?
Nope.
You gotta pick 1 of 4.
Of course, I'm gonna pick Vince.
You gonna pick Vince?
And he's right. So all this talk about how he fucked up, he actually did pretty well.
Everyone's picking Vince. You know what? It's the obvious choice. It's not the correct choice. The correct.
It is not only the correct choice, it is correct twice. Because even if you skip the year that Vince made it, he still made it the same year that the AD played.
choice. No.
Antonio Davis made an All-Star team. I gotta go look at the highlights.
Thank you so much, man. Enjoy the day.
Oh my God. BI is funny. Antonio Davis made an All-Star team. Don't worry. We're all shocked. We're all surprised. And no, he wasn't anywhere near good enough to make an All-Star team. That is a testament to how shit the Eastern Conference was at the time. Jamal McGlure and Antonio Davis made All-Star teams.
Can you grab that whiteboard right there?
For sure.
Why are we doing this? Okay. If I knew with 100% certainty that media day was like 1% away, like who okayed this? Who put this up? Who was just like, you know what? You know what'd be great? Instead of a blank screen, like you could do anything. You could do anything with this. You could film paint drying and then put a video of that. You could also do what a lot of people do, which is put a B camera behind the scenes and just have this sort of view of people moving around media day. That would be great, right? Sort of true. Yeah. I think he was injured one of those years, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Garrett will set him straight. I wouldn't bet on it.
That was an easy one.
Yeah.
Here's a hard one.
Okay, say less.
What's the name of the longest street in Toronto?
Ooh, that's a hard one.
You got Spadina, you got Yonge Street, and you got Queen Street.
Wow. Spadina, Young, or Queen?
Yeah.
Spadina, Young, or Queen?
Gradey guessed
I'm
Spadina
gonna-
because that's his local.
Isn't it Bloor?
B, Yonge Street.
Yonge
Can we
Street.
check with the judges? The judges say correct.
Young Street.
Toronto
among
man.
those
Telling
three,
you,
yeah.
man.
Toronto
Isn't it
man.
Bloor?
I got you.
See, now here's a big one. This is a big part of Toronto's identity. Toronto's the most multicultural city in the world.
Right. I
Roughly
love that.
what percent of its residents were born outside of Canada? Three options. You got 30%, you got 45%, which I told Grady was going to be his 3-point shooting field goal average.
I like that. I like that.
And then it was 55%, which I told him was going to be his total field goal percentage average for the year. Which one are you going with? A, 30, B, 45, C, 55 for the most multicultural city on the planet Earth.
Born outside of Canada.
Born outside of Canada.
C.
C. And the answer is C.
Hey,
Yes.
there you
55%.
go, baby. There
All
you
right,
go.
to close it off with this one, what is the name of the old arena for your Toronto Raptors? Your options are
He played in that arena,
Rogers Center.
didn't he?
You got B, Air Canada Center.
Yep.
And you got C, Maple Leaf Gardens.
We're asking about what it was called before this?
Yes.
Air Canada Center.
Layup.
Come
But
on, man.
You know what the funny thing is like, because like I guess the person who wrote these questions was like, look how young this team is, but they forget.
Exactly.
You played.
I
at the
played
Air
it
Canada
because
Center.
I remember when it changed to Scotia Bay. I was like, that's not where we play. We play. Hold up. Oh, that's it. That's where we
That's
play.
the OG right there, guys.
Come on, man.
All right. With that being said, you got a plane to catch to head to Calgary. So we're gonna close out this show. But before I let you off the hook, you have sage wisdom. You offer such sage wisdom to the players on your team, but rarely ever do the fans.
I wish he would have asked him about the first All-Star because he might have actually known the answer.
Get some wisdom from the OG, right?
Uh-huh.
And looking ahead of this season, everyone's excited. There's so much to think about.
Right.
There's so much possibility.
Right.
Contextualize this season for the people out there.
Okay, that's a great question. We got a lot of talent this year.
Yep.
As fans, I need y'all to know we're looking to win and win big. With that being said, give us some time to get our camaraderie, our chemistry right. Obviously, the starting five, the first 5-6 players haven't played a lot together yet.
True.
So give us some time. One thing we will do is be the hardest playing team out there. And with the talent we have, that bodes well for us. So just give us time, and we got y'all.
Preach. Patience is a virtue.
It is.
All right.
It is.
All right, OG. Thank you so much for your time, your energy. Keep the family safe.
Appreciate you.
Travel well.
I'm going to get some steak in Calgary.
Yeah.
Cowboy country, right? Let's
Yeah.
get it.
You always check out the Stampede.
Bruce Brown literally got traded from the team right before they went to Calgary. Sucks for him. Okay, learn something new every day. I was almost convinced, and clearly I used to get Young and Bloor mixed up all the time. I'm not from like Toronto, first of all. Like that's my excuse. Second, I've lived here for a while, but I've never lived on Bloor, and I had never prior to 2008, I'd never really lived on Young either. So I guess when I first came to Canada, I was told that one of these two streets was like the longest street in the world, or one of the longest streets in the world. And because of how the subway is aligned, because unlike these players, I do take the subway a lot. Because of how long the Bloor line is, I always assumed that the Bloor line just goes forever on both sides. Now I know that's not true. And Young obviously goes very high up north. So yeah, it's just because I can see the end of Young on the subway map, but I cannot see the end of the Bloor line. Yeah. Anyways, is this over? They ended it? No CMB? Am I wrong in assuming that there's no CMB? Or are we still going here? It ended. Oh, it's over. Okay, cool. No CMB interview. Okay. Well, no Gradey interview, no Gradey presser, which is disappointing as hell. I would have loved to hear about Gradey's offseason. Not a lot of great questions, in my opinion, but some very good questions. Thank God. You know, we got Samson asking some pretty good questions. I think there was one from Eric Corrine that was good. No CMB is weird. Yeah. So, anyways, thank you all for joining us for NBA. No Sandro Mamukelashvelli. Yeah, man. Like, I mean, shit. If you structure this properly, you could have gotten every single one. Here's what I would have preferred. For the players who are not doing press conferences, could we have at least gotten Akil to ask them 3 to 4 generic questions about their offseason? That would have been far more fascinating. Get CMB, Jacoby. I feel like I just got robbed of a lot of time, 3 hours, to learn very little about this team. I hope y'all are not feeling as frustrated as I am, because honestly, Media Day can be a really great opportunity. Unfortunately, it's not really the journalist's fault or the media's fault necessarily, or the player's fault for that matter. Sometimes, unfortunately, it kind of comes down to the team itself. How they choose to structure their Media Day is going to have a great deal of impact, unfortunately, on ultimately what Media Day covers, who is talking, how long the availability is, which reporters are allowed in the door. For instance, I did apply for a media pass this year informally by reaching out to the Raptors and trying to get their temperature on it. If I were in there, maybe there's a different question asked. We'll see. Next year, they'll be interesting. So to throw caution to the wind, as many issues as I have with Akil Augustine today with his performance, and namely my number one issue is cringe, and number two is just repeatedly getting the wrong fact on the Vince Carter thing, because I just think he should know better because he was here. That all being said, I don't think it's fair to just assume that he meant something bad by it. I don't know Akil. I've met him once. I've heard some stuff about him that's, fine. I know some people who know him. I don't think that's something that really matches his character to go out and say something like that about Scottie. Corny as hell as he may be at times, he's a performer, he runs his own show. I don't think he's a bad dude. I don't think he's going to go out and say Scottie's that. I think it's more like maybe it was the chat that was saying something like that. Maybe it was some spam comments saying that. Maybe he read the chat and then he was just like, how many times can you call this guy, autistic? So I would assume it's that. I hope, we clear up. I hope that it goes nowhere. It really is a nothing burger. I apologize, that I had a 5-minute momentary reaction, because that's really where I'm at with my trust with some of the people in the media. Is like, you tell me that a hot mic picked up someone calling Scottie autistic. I'm actually like, that checks out. I'm sure there's someone who thinks that. So yeah, but I don't think it's anything. I don't think it's anything too big. I hope people won't overreact to it, and we'll give the clip a fair chance. And I'm sure Akil or someone on his behalf will explain the situation and just make sure that things are smoothed over with Scottie. If nothing else, I would hope that Akil is able to go up to Scottie and at least explain that this didn't really happen the way that people are saying it did. Because knowing the internet, knowing the media, someone is going to say this happened. People are not going to check. People are not going to double check. And then everyone's going to just assume it happened forever. And then 2 years from now, you're going to say, do you remember that time that, Akil Augustine called Scottie autistic? And I'm going to be like, that's not how it happened. And we're going to fight. So I don't think that's right. Who said that? Oh, no. I don't know. Maybe he was asking a more philosophical question, there's a female in the clip. Well, I don't have the whole clip. Maybe the gentleman who sent it to me can send me the full clip for context. But the version of it I heard, and to play it again for you, I don't want to play it again. Fuck it. I don't want to give it any more attention. I didn't hear there was a female in the clip, right? So if he in fact did do that, I'm done. Like, I'm gonna be pretty pissed, and I will put some pressure on this situation. But I'm really hoping, and I'm assuming the best here. I think that assuming positive intent is generally a good philosophy for life. Otherwise, you end up being quite paranoid. So I'm just going to assume that it was a mistake. And maybe it was a philosophical question. You know, like, how many licks does it take to get through a Tootsie Roll? Okay, that's a philosophical question, right? How many basketballs can you fit inside a Boeing 767? I don't know. Maybe he's just asking, like, how many times can you call someone autistic? And maybe he was defending Scottie. Shit, positive intent. Okay, shout outs to the Raptors for making this available. Shout outs to YouTube for not shutting the stream down, for pretty much streaming / stealing someone else's content. But media availability is for the media, and last I checked, what Pensare Basketball does is media adjacent. So I do believe that we have a right to cover this, and I'm glad that we have a lot of people who were, with us for this. Key takeaways. Big nothing burger, man. If you didn't, let's just say you're catching this live right now and you didn't watch all the interviews. If there's one interview I would tell you to watch to get a good overview of the entire situation, it would not be Bobby's, it would not be Scottie's, it would not be RJ's, it would not be Immanual Quickley's. It would be Jakob Poeltl's. Go watch Jakob Poeltl's. You'll get everything you need, and you don't have to spend 3.5 hours to get there. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. 4-hour stream for this is crazy. All right, peace, man. Oh, shout out to you, Pepperjack. Member for 1 month. Your first member chat. Can't wait for the season to start. Let's get it. Also, big shout out to you for gifting up all those memberships. Thank you very, very much. Pepperjack gifted close to 20 memberships, if not more. When we were starting out memberships, you're a really big part of, I think, how we eventually catapulted ourselves to that level. Also, a really huge shout out to everyone who wants to be a member. This is what you get from being a chatter, a baller, or a VIP. Expect these membership numbers to grow. We're currently at close to 124, 123, 124 right now. Let's see if we can get it to 200, by the time the season gets rolling. Let's see if we can get those member chats up. I promise to make it worth y'all while. There's going to be a lot of video essays coming out, a couple dope interviews. So, this channel is going to be doing some good work, and thank you all for supporting it in any way that you do. All right. Peace. Have a great one.